Okay, we're gonna open the Board of Selectmen meeting for December 7th at 4:32. We stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we have some people on Zoom. And I think we have a resident comment from Joe Demore. Let me know if he's able to speak, please.
Yeah, one sec, Joe. Let me make sure I got everybody plugged in.
Rustling around there.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity to make public comment. Joe Demore, 9 Cherry Tree Lane. I wanted to offer an opinion about something. As you will find out soon in a few weeks when I present to you the findings of the Government Study Committee. One of the driving motivators for us is that we have a concern that over a long period of time, many years, there is what we see as potentially a sustainable decline in volunteerism. And this is not an indictment against anyone in our town or our town. It's just a demographic reality. And we have people on boards and commissions right now that it's going to be very hard for some, not all, but some to be replaced. We've got several people that are in this 3rd decade of serving or beyond our town, and one worries, how can we replace them? So within that context, we want to take every opportunity possible to depoliticize any area of government. And one area that I think we can improve is the rotation of a chair for the Board of Selectmen. Now, I don't know how many decades, but I know it was decades where mechanically and through a very basic system of courtesy, the chair was shared and it was circulated. Now, of course, mathematically, it is easier with 3 versus 5, but there are some creative solutions that can come up. I'm sure, and I'd be happy to provide some of that information, not on this call here. But the importance of that is simply that it just reduces the level of stress, it reduces the uncertainty, it reduces the potential incident of people, coordinating votes. And I'll tell you that tradition, as far as I know, was broken very soundly in the 3rd year of my first and only term on the Board of Selectmen, when, according to tradition, it would have been potentially rotated to me. And this is not an opportunity for a grievance. It's just that was when it was broken. And since then, we've had opportunities to have arguments and things expressed, and a little bit of acrimony and politicizing that I think is not very helpful to our town long term, especially in light of a very large wave of apathy that over time, volunteerism is going to get more and more difficult to get some really top people involved in our government. So I urge you to consider bringing back that tradition, that courtesy, but also you have to be smart about it. Not only how to do it, like for one thing, you don't want to have a freshman Board of Selectmen immediately become a chair. There is a possibility where you can have a vice chair, where you can split some of the duties. There's also a possibility where you can split the year. You can have someone be a chair for 6 months and then someone be a chair for 6 months, but everybody should get a chance. I think that's really, really important. And then you also want to be smart about it as the board, where you empower yourself that you can remove a chair if they abuse the position or if they simply don't meet certain performance standards. I've never been a chair until recently. 12 years I've been on public service. The only time I've been a chair was now on the Government Study Committee. And I'll tell you, the pressure's on for 2 things, at least for me. Getting a meeting well put together and well run, and number 2, resisting the urge to speak, giving everybody else a chance, laying back and not directing the board, but encouraging them to participate fully. It's, it's not more than that. Running a good meeting and getting others to participate and making sure that you do everything in your power so that that board or that committee that you are chairing is a high-performance team. I'm very proud of our group. I've got an amazing team, but I can feel the pressure as a chair, not to use it as a bully pulpit, but to really step up my game to be able to lead people to be engaged and not, take over the process. So again, it's a little controversial. I know that it's an agenda item for you, and I was thrilled to see it. I know it won't be easy to figure out, but I really hope that you do. So thank you. I think I've exceeded my 3 minutes. But thank you again for the opportunity.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate your input. Moving on to approval of the warrants. Jason, you want to read those, please?
Sure. Make a motion to approve payroll warrant 2123 in the amount of $166,234.89.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous.
I make a motion to approve bill warrant 2123 in the amount of $1,277,899.36, which breaks down into for the town, $84,922.86, water and sewer, $15,051.94, payroll withholding, $34,763.42, light bills, $98,653.46, grants and revolving, $34,110.27, Essex North Shore Agricultural Assessment, $89,542, Pentucket Assessment, $920,855.41.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to appointments. I'm going to read through both of these, and then we'll get into some kind of discussion on it. Appointments for Lieutenant Dave Evans of West Newbury to full-time fireman of Groveland Fire Department, effective January 1st, 2021. Suppose that's what that's supposed to say. Start date of January 4th, 2021, at a pay rate of $27.88 an hour, $57,990.40 annually. Appointment of firefighter Jeffrey Dalton of Groveland to full-time fireman of Groveland Fire Department, effective January 1st, 2021. Start date of January 4th, 2021, at a pay rate of $26.44 an hour, for $54,995.20 annually. So, should we make a motion to appoint and get a second and then get into discussion? Is that probably the best way to go about this?
You want to do them both at the same time or individually?
Right, I think that's probably procedure to do that, so we can get into
Just a
discussion.
point of order.
Yeah,
With a strong chief, we probably, he appoints his own people. And
He does.
Is this done just as a courtesy?
I believe it's just a courtesy,
He would,
yes.
As a strong chief, he can put anybody on he wants.
True.
Mr. Chairman, I was just gonna say I would go get him, but here he is.
Yeah, so, yes, with a strong chief, he can appoint as he see fit, but I think that this is a courtesy, since this is something new for Groveland, where we're going from 100% call department to 2 full-time personnel, so I think that this probably warrants a little bit of input and discussion. But, yeah, I mean, procedurally, he could do pretty much what he wants.
I'll make
Kathy?
a motion for favorable action for both appointments for purposes of discussion.
Second.
All right, so further discussion. Bob, you wanna, I don't know if you can come in here and stand?
Two gentlemen with me?
How many people we have in here?
There's 9 right now, so we can only have one more at a time.
Can I step up? I can step up.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be great, please. That way we can have the
I'll
chief.
step out too.
Yeah,
Stand up.
all right, that way, all right, we're working.
It's called-
Remove 2, add 3, we're great, awesome. Hello, guys.
How we doing?
Good evening.
Gentlemen.
So I thought it'd be worthwhile to spend at least a few minutes to go over this process. Again, we have a strong chief, he can appoint who he wants, but this is a change from what Groveland's been used to for the last, I don't know, 30, 40 years anyways. It might be worthwhile to have a discussion on the process for how we arrived at the 2 selections, and then any of the questions the board might have. So I will open it up to the board members first. Anybody have any questions? Start with Ed. Do you have anything you want to ask? All right. Jason, anything?
No.
Kathy?
I took the opportunity to speak with the chief over the weekend with my questions,
Okay.
so I'm informed.
Bill?
None other than, I don't know Mr. Dalton as well as I know Mr. Evans, but I can tell the folks out there that Mr. Evans is one of the finest, most dedicated human beings on the planet Earth. We could not do better in our hiring of Mr. Evans. I know him on a personal and professional level. He is a person of impeccable character, and I'm tremendously proud that the chief picked this gentleman to be one of our first full-time firefighters. Mr. Dalton, I imagine your reputation is just as impeccable as Mr. Evans. I just don't know you as well.
Yep.
So take no,
I take no offense to that.
thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. I have a couple questions. I hope that's okay. So, Bob, if you could maybe just give an overview of the process you went through, when you went through the selection process, how many people you went through, how you derived from those candidates down to these 2, that would be helpful.
The process started, of course,
There you go, thank you.
process,
Well, you can pick up the microphone, you don't have to sit.
do I have to push and hold, or is this just?
Should be on
Is
green.
it green? You're good.
All right. The process began with the SAFER grant. After looking over the study that the town did before I got hired, and it showed that in the future, we needed full-time employment to cover Monday through Friday. So I did that. I put the notice up for the job description and the minimum requirements of level 2 firefighter and licensed EMT in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It was an internal promotion, and it was agreed upon by the selectmen and myself that we had to get a minimum of 5 applicants. I had 9. The 9 applicants were put a letter of intent and their resume forward. I had 2 chiefs and a captain, a battalion chief out of the Providence, Rhode Island, a deputy chief out of Salesville, Rhode Island, and a captain out of Albion, Rhode Island, come up here on the 19th and did all 9 interviews. Every individual was asked 15 questions, and with the responses, how they presented themselves was all put down on paper. They scored it, and between first and fourth was 5 points. 5th through 9th dropped off a little, but not a lot. 1st through 9th was probably 12, 13 points difference. So everybody did excellent. The 3 gentlemen were extremely impressed with the qualifications and the quality of all 9 applicants. Dave finished number 1, Jeff finished number 2, and I had said right out of the gate that whoever finished 1 and 2 would be the 2 that I hired. Dave finishing number 1 would be the lieutenant, and number 2 would be the firefighter. Dave finished number 1, so he'll be appointed as the full-time lieutenant, and Jeff will be the full-time firefighter. One word, though, is NFPA requires 3 to make an engine company, so we're not gonna stop the tones from going out. There was a lot of questions of, are the coalmen gonna be pushed aside? Absolutely not. Everything's gonna operate the same during the day, the tones are gonna be sent out. all the callmen are still gonna respond.
Mm-hmm.
If nobody else clicks on the Who's Responding app, I'll be getting on the truck with them. If somebody else clicks on and they get here, Joe Santapola is extremely active. We've got a few others that are around during the day that are hit or miss, depending on their schedule. If they click on to come to the call, we'll wait a second. When they get here, the three of them will go.
Okay. So that information brings me to another question. Do you have set hours for the full-time?
Yeah, they're gonna be 8 to 4,
8 to
Monday
4.
through Friday with me.
Okay,
Once COVID's over, I do Monday night,
Mhm.
Monday evening hours. I'm not gonna expect them to, they're gonna be Monday through Friday. That's the key reason that they're getting hired, is because those hours during the day, there's little to no coverage.
okay. So that'll be the full-time hours, Monday through
Correct.
Friday, 8 to 4. They'll be in town or in the fire department.
They'll be in the station on duty.
So, no, they're both currently working full-time at the fire academy, is that right?
I work part-time now.
Okay, so they won't be doing that anymore. They're gonna move solely over here?
Correct.
Okay. That's pretty much the only thing I had questions on. I just wanted to make sure that that was all clarified and that process was public, so everyone knows how
Yep,
that turned out.
and I spoke with Mrs. Cuniff. She's willing to do the swearing in, because January 1st is New Year's Day. She's
Right.
willing to do the swearing in that weekend.
Okay,
So probably Sunday at 3 o'clock, we're gonna have just them and their immediate family and our members, and I'll put an invitation out to the board members to be here that day for the swearing in. Unfortunately, it can't be like mine where they went public
right.
because of COVID, so we have to keep it, and we'll have to do it out in the apparatus bay,
And if
where
it's,
it's large enough to keep everybody separate.
right, if it's not too cold, you could move it outside,
Right.
which will make for a quick
Yes.
appointment,
Yes.
which isn't a bad thing. Okay, that was the only questions I had jotted down, just to make sure that that was covered and conveyed to everybody, so Kathy?
I just thought we'd maybe clarify for people that are watching how this is being paid for, because it is in the middle of the budget year, it's a grant.
Yes, it's through a SAFER grant, the staffing adequate for firefighter emergency response.
That was 3-year
Through
grant?
FEMA.
3-year
It's a
grant?
3-year grant, it's $464,000 to pay their salaries and benefits.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? No? Okay, we have a motion in a second, so no further discussions. All those in favor? Easy enough.
Excellent, thank you very
Congratulations,
much.
Thank you for,
gentlemen.
Bob,
you.
thank you for including us, and where you're a strong chief, you didn't have to, but I appreciate you taking it before us for at least conversation and consideration, so
Oh,
thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, big step for the town.
It is a big
I want
step.
everybody involved.
I think it's great to see that the folks see their faces too. of,
Right.
New fire. It's, yeah, it's unfortunate. Can you go 6 feet apart and pull them down?
Well, actually, what we should do is put that on the website underneath the fire department, so, you
Yeah.
know, mask, without the mask,
I will do that.
so everyone knows, you know, who the
I'll
full-time
get that
people
to
are.
Gil Foyle as a press release anyway, so.
Awesome. Thank you, Bob.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
All right, we can bring, thank you, congratulations, guys. So we can bring the other two in, we can swap those 3 out, bring the other 2 in.
What are we bringing? Oh,
All right, so we have a lot of approvals to get through as far as liquor licenses and,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
if it please the board, with the exception of one license, which we lined out, you could do these with a blanket motion. All the paperwork is in and submitted, and they're all approved. There's still 2 insurance policies that come in for 2 of them, which if for some reason they don't come between now and the 21st, we'll tell you on the 21st, you can take the license back away. But you can do this with one blanket motion, unless you want to go through them.
well, I was thinking, we'll blanket motion if everyone's okay with that, by liquor license and then
Sure.
used car license and then victular license. And then that should free up some time for other stuff that we have discussion items on. Is
Sure.
everybody okay with that? I see some head nodding.
I think in the sense of expediency, that's very
For
well warranted.
expediency. All right, so does somebody want to make, Kathy?
Make a motion for renewal and approval for liquor license renewals for 2021, as shown on the agenda.
Do you want to read those, actually? I think it'd be good if we can read
Okay,
them.
Route 97 Liquors. Do you need the whole address?
May as well.
908D Salem Street, package store, all alcohol. Kunj LLC, Groveland Market, 1 Washington Street, package store, all alcohol. Jerry's Variety, 15 Elm Park, package store, wine and malt license. Nerod's Inc., 192 Main Street, package store, all alcohol. Nichols Village, 1 Nichols Way, club license. Pub 97, 935 Salem Street, restaurant license. Tea Garden, 904 Salem Street, restaurant license. Cedardale Swim Club, 20 Bear Hill Road, general on premise license. Groveland Fairways LLC, 156 Main Street, general on premise license.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Motion to approve the Class 2 used car license renewals for 2021. South Salem Street Corp. does business as Price Right Automotive, 737 Salem Street. Greenwood Auto Body, Richard Allen Greenwood, 863 Salem Street. Groveland Auto Repair and Sales Incorporated, 944 Salem Street. Fastlane Motors LLC, 923 Salem Street. And Cornerstone Motorworks LLC, Daniel P. Nyan, 883 Salem Street.
Bill, if you would, please, would you include in your motion, vote to be contingent upon receipt of all required paperwork? Still got a couple things missing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Throw that in there.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any further discussion on those? We're gonna,
There was,
dependent on the additional paperwork being submitted
Yes.
on
there
time.
was
So that you're
insurance
not-
paperwork on 2.
Right,
Yeah, 2 of them,
Okay.
one of each.
Got
So
it.
you're not actually approving that license. That way, if they don't surrender the material, the license isn't approved, we'll just notify you. Otherwise, you have to have a show cause hearing to revoke the license, which is very complex.
Yeah.
Can we name those 2 to be specific so we know which 2 we're talking about?
I'm sorry?
Can we name those 2 so we know which 2 we're talking
I
about?
don't have that with me, sitting on my desk.
But
as long as we
we'll,
can back out of it easily with the.
yeah, we'll,
They were understood that they have to send it to me,
Okay.
or they won't get their license, their renewal.
Okay.
So they're aware that they have to send it to
As
me.
long as that's covered, then I'm
Yeah, I'd
good.
just
oh
leave
yeah,
out of
we'll
my
be
motion.
following it very closely.
Okay. Motion and a second. No further discussion. All those in favor? Okay. Who's got the next one?
How
I
about
make a
Jason
motion.
raise his hand?
There you
Jason's
go,
got it.
Jason, way to go.
Does
I'll
he have
make
to
a
say
motion
Vic-
to
choose?
approve the licenses for common victicular license renewals for 2001. Nichols Village, 1 Nichols Way. Terry Clifford, T&B Clifford, doing business as Pub 97, 935 Salem Street. J&S Restaurant Corp., doing business as The Tea Garden, 904 Salem Street. Cedardale Swim and Tennis Club Groveland Incorporated, 20 Bear Hill Road. Robert Arkillian, doing business as Groveland Fairways, 156 Main Street. Ultimate Perk Coffee Company Incorporated, 921 Salem Street. Nextdine LLC, doing business as Nextdine at Chesterton Cafe, 860 Salem Street. Riverside Pizza LLC, 180 Main Street. Pentucket Regional School District, 253 Main Street. Consecutive Commission, doing business as VC Memorial Park, 201 Washington Street. F&M CO LLC, doing business as Your Place and Ours, 8 Elm Park. Pizza Grove LLC, 990 Salem Street.
And the last one is scratched out because they didn't return any of their paperwork. We suspect they may not be around the summertime operation, and they'll probably be in touch with us in the spring when they want to reopen.
I'll second that, contingent upon receipt of all required paperwork.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? So we still have some paperwork that we need to receive from everyone but the last one on that list?
The last
Or
one,
is- Or is everything else been
Again,
received?
on this one, there's two that need, insurance certificates to be updated.
All right, so as long as that's being tracked and they're aware that they need to update that, then okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Fantastic. Got through those quickly. Before we go to votes of the board, we're gonna get an update from the Board of Health. Sorry, Claire, we skipped over you with all the excitement.
That's okay. Things have been on the uptick, as we all figured they would be after the holiday. Currently, we have, from the beginning in March, we have a total of 129 cases, which still is low, I think. Active cases, we have 25. Symptomatically, they really aren't as severe as they seemed to be earlier this year, which is good. It's good. So things are mutating. But we still have to do quarantining and isolation, and they actually just changed the isolation again today, and dropped it down to from 7 days to 5 days. Okay, but you have to have another test. It has to be negative, okay? I don't know the whole thing, but it's gonna ease up a lot of isolation cases. So 25 homes are involved. There's gonna be more people, you know, I know of a couple of cases just today that there's more people in the same home. So, you know, there's going to be more cases than homes on isolation in the next few days. We had 3 people in the hospital for a while there. One is home doing very well. The other 2, I just haven't had time to get in touch with them. I meant to do it today, but I got tied up with something else. So, we've got our nurse that we hired for the schools. She's doing the school cases, and that's a big help. It really, really is, because that was getting pretty complicated to try to keep everything, you know, rolling the way it should. And so that's about it. I was talking to the nurse in Haverhill today, and she said they're gonna be in the red forever from the sounds of things. And
There's a lot.
it's the schools, it's the nursing homes, it's everything, you know, just a lot of things. So, any questions?
I don't have any questions. Anybody from the board have any questions?
I don't have any questions for Claire.
You have questions?
I have questions for Bonnie.
Yeah, and I know Deb's on Zoom, she was wondering if she could be unmuted.
She is.
Okay. She wanted to speak before I spoke, so.
Am I on?
You
You're on.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Sorry I can't be there. We've got our own little situation going on here. So I know everybody's aware of all the letters that have gone back and forth about the basketball players at Pentucket. I'm not really sure how we all got to the point where we're at right now. I'm not sure that we should be making any decisions on it. I know the MIAA has said things, so is the National Federal High School Association. They've all set their guidelines. On paper, it looks like it'll work. I just don't know, just because of the amount of cases we have. People keep saying that the children don't get COVID. They don't get it as bad, but we've had over 5,800 cases in the state alone of the 0 to 19 years of age. So children do get it. So I'm just not sure about it all. I want to know where the athletic director is on this. And I know we can't do Bagnall because Bagnall uses the gym as a storage area. And plus those kids over there, they don't have any after-school activities in that school at all. there's no they don't even have PTA meetings, just no any extracurricular activities at all. They don't have gym inside, they have gym outside. So possibly what they've said is the high school, I'd be okay with that, but that's not our call, that's West Newbury's. I don't know if Bonnie has anything to say about it, or anybody else has any opinion.
So,
She doesn't have a microphone.
oh, you guys, I have a pretty loud voice.
Yeah, but it doesn't pick up on
The
the
audience may
television.
not hear you.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, oh, it just doesn't come across.
Hi, everybody. Definitely when hearing, about the Pentucket School basketball wanted to use the gyms, your first thought is, geez, COVID's on the rise, basketball, that's a pretty high-risk sport. But when I really read through the new rules by the MIAA, which is, 11 pages long and pretty detailed, I changed my mind, about if it could be done safely. They really have changed a lot of the rules to be able to make it as safe as it possibly could be. I mean, there's always a risk for doing something, but I mean, there's a risk for, a lot of things we do, going to eat or, going to the store or, and I guess that's your choice if you want to do that. And this would have to be the parents' choice, if they wanted their kids involved in it and their risk. Also, Dr. Bartholomew, I think it was shared with you guys, the protocols, if they were to be able to use the gyms, the new sanitizing and safety protocols, looked pretty good, talking about how just having one team use the gym per day to be able to be cleaned before and after. Not having any spectators because of the size of our gyms, there's just no way you can socially distance the participants and then also have spectators as well. That way that they can do that. When they're doing practice, they use their own basketballs. Talked about the ventilation. Might be a little cold with the doors open, but again, if that's, what needs to be done and if the players and, the schools are okay with that, then the ventilation can be what it needs to be properly. There was a lot of detailed and a lot of information about how to be able to make it happen. And I know, I know COVID's on the rise. I know it's a risk, but I also know, it's hard for people to, not exercise and have that. That's also important to people's health too, as well. So, I did ask Dr. Bartholomew via email if these rules, that they set out was for the middle school as well as the high school, and if Groveland is considered, Board of Health over the middle school, or is West Newbury, just, based on where it is, and he thought that Groveland Board of Health would be the decision over the middle school, but West Newbury Board of Health would be over the high school. That's what he had thought. So that's my thoughts on the situation.
So this is a Board of Health decision, not a Board of Selectmen decision, because the Board of Health takes a lead on this issue.
Correct, the way it's written, yeah. Because they're doing it by each
town.
town.
Right. So it has very little to do with us as far as this decision at this point, because that falls under your purview. But I gotta think that at some point in the next week or so, the state's gonna come down with new guidelines anyways. Because of the rise, because of the way things are looking, because of the anticipation of what's gonna happen after the Thanksgiving weekend in the next, week or so, as people start to return home, and then cases start to rise off of that, and then going into the visiting and the family time with Christmas and going into that season. So I gotta think the state's gonna come down on something harder anyways. But let's open it up for discussion. Bill, did you wanna add anything to it?
Well, it just seems that the two Board of Health members seem to be split on this one issue. with the basketball, and I understand, Deb, I had quite a long conversation with Dr. Bartholomew this afternoon about this very subject, one of the subjects we talked about. It is very difficult to allow a lot of different community organizations in and out of the schools, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, what have you, because what they're trying to do is maintain a controlled environment to allow the possibility of high school athletics happening this fall. So I can understand where he's coming from, because the difficulty in sanitizing the gymnasiums and other things become cost prohibitive. There's a tremendous surcharge right now on the basketball players for the sanitization of the gym. They won't be allowed to use the locker rooms. The reason there'll be no fans is one team's gonna be on one side of the gym, another team will be on the other side of the gym. So the stands will be rolled up to keep people as far as possible. It's possible. I think it can be doable. I agree with Chairman Wood that I don't think any decision we make here won't be rendered moot in a matter of days by the state and the governor, because we do see things on the rise. I would like to see things back to normal as soon as possible. I have, I know what it's like. I've been personally touched by it. My middle boy lost his senior year in baseball, so I know how difficult it is for parents out there. My youngest boy wants to play freshman basketball. Question is, do I let him? Is it safe enough? I don't know the right answer, and I don't know anyone that's ever lived through a pandemic that can help me out here with share their experience. As Ms. Murray said, I think it comes down to a personal decision on the parents and on the children. Do they feel safe enough to engage in that activity or not? It's a difficult choice. But where you two seem to be divided, I don't know how that choice will be made.
There's usually a provision when a board, like our board, if we were 4 members and we voted 2 against 2, the town clerk splits the votes in. So usually in Mass General Law, there's a provision.
So Mrs. Cuniff has an
Perhaps.
extraordinary
I don't know if it's her for the Board of Health. I'm just
responsibility
saying
here if the
there's
board should
typically
be
a
decided to
provision.
be split.
There's typically a provision.
Do you feel that anchor just being thrown at you there in case?
You all set, Bill?
Yeah.
Kathy, do you want to add anything?
No, just to briefly, I feel like the decision has to be made first through West Newbury's Board of Health. I feel that it's rather chaotic what's going on right now, and that I would like to see the Pentucket Athletic Code Director put together what team how many teams you're talking about, what you're trying to accomplish, and get this a little more organized. I think, I did like Bonnie, I read through all the new rules that for safety that are certainly out there, but they also refer to a COVID coach being designated. So I'd like to see the administration of Pentucket before, if they ever did have to come back to our town for anything, I'd like to see all that information from the people that are going to be in charge of it all. I mean, I feel for the parents, totally. I'm a parent too. You want whatever you can do for your child, but we need this to be more organized.
I agree with that. I think that there's still a lot of, I wouldn't want to do a vote now. Like, I would like to get some more information. And I think if you're talking about, the span of kids and, how many can play in a day, you probably start with to me, you would start with the varsity first, the ones who are going to not ever be able to play again, after this year, or seniors or whatever. But, yeah, and so that would be the high school, the high school gym. So they would have to make their decision first, and then if it comes down to, well, if they can't, then it comes maybe kick back to us. What about the middle school?
Jason?
Well, I think that since the high school and the middle school is split between three towns, that as the Board of Health, I think all 3 of you should get together and make a decision based on what the 3 different boards have, because you're affecting 3 different communities. I don't think it should be just left up to one board for the middle school, one for the high school. I think it would be a lot wiser to have more input from all the boards together, so you get together and discuss it and make a decision based on the information that you have.
That's a good point. I don't know, honestly, like, if this ever has come up before, anything like this, where the Board of Health has had to vote on something that has to do with schools. I don't know. This is a unique situation.
I believe West Newbury is meeting tomorrow about the same thing, and I heard that Merrimack is against it, but I just don't know.
Ed, do you have anything to add?
Well, I know if you read over the paperwork from the MIAA, they want to have a season, they want to give it a try. I don't see that it's workable. They did cancel the wrestling part. I just think the basketball is too risky. They're going to give it a try. I don't see it being successful. And I do think that the state is going to shut things down again. We'll go with the Board of Health recommendation, but I don't see how it can be done and be done safely. Anybody that's played basketball, it tends to be a contact sport at some point, and it's going to be very difficult. I don't see it being a workable thing.
I would think that I'm sorry, are you done?
Yeah.
The other thing that you'd have to consider is if you're asking these parents to spend not only the user fee, but the cleaning fee to participate in something like this, and then a week later it gets shut down, do they get a portion of that back? Do they get all that back? What does that look like? Because, again, the state's gonna come down with something in the next week or so. We don't know what it's gonna be, but I gotta think with the way the numbers are, it's gonna be something a lot more stringent.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Those fees, if there was anything, that's all on the Pentucket High School, and that would be up to them if they gave me refunds on anything. We have nothing to do with any of
Right.
that, of
Right.
the fees they're implementing.
Bill, Les?
There will be no fees collected until they are absolutely positive that there will be a season. That's what I've been told. The other thing I should mention in the conversation I had is the use of the Bagnell gym, I think is a moot point, because from my understanding is they have a lot of cafeteria tables in the new gymnasium in order to maintain social distancing,
Yeah.
which is not gonna be easy to continually move around day and night.
Right.
And as far as Merrimack goes, Merrimack does not have a regulation-sized basketball court anywhere in their district.
Right.
So the use of their facilities is out, so maybe that may be why their Board of Health is not weighing in, because they know none of that's going to, coming into their town.
Right.
So it's just basically the high school and the middle school gymnasiums. And aren't they, I know the high school for sure is located in West Newbury, but isn't 82% of the middle school gym also located in West Newbury?
Yeah, I just asked Mr. Burt today, I just sent him an email just to
Right.
say, can you clarify? And he had said he
On the
thought.
border, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's
He
not
thought
an
it fell
easy-
under
it's not
Groveland,
an
so-
easy situation.
Again, I guess the Board of Health of West Newbury inspects the middle school as well as the high school, but for some reason, on this particular thing,
Well, maybe what you can do
Falling
is
under
after West Newbury votes tomorrow, you can send an email through Catherine or through Kevin, updating us on what that decision is and what you're maybe deciding, either on your own as a board or with Ms. Cunup as a tiebreaker. I bet she didn't know that, she was getting into that today.
fun
But,
times.
you know, just to keep us abreast of what's happening, again, it's not our decision, it's the Board of Health decision, but we do want to have some knowledge about what's happening, so when we do get asked, we can at least seem like we're knowledgeable on it. But thank you very much. Oh, you got one?
I have one more question. Would you allow for practices to begin, considering all these children are in the school anyways, all the teachers and the coaching staff are already teaching in the school anyways, as long as it doesn't go outside of it, would you be,
You'd still probably still have to have the cleaning and the, you know, which would still cost
Gymnasium
extra.
is filled.
Being at the high school, not the middle school, just because it's the high school teams that
Right.
are looking to play.
Right.
And they are all with each other, so I have no problem with it being over there.
okay.
Yeah, that's another option I thought of too is, even if, you know what I mean, even if you can't come to an agreement on having the games, even if they just have practice and they could have all their games away or something, if, I mean, that's kind of a, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
a
thinking they're all
solution.
together in the school now.
Still need to have the extra cleaning, so you still would have to have the additional, you know,
Yeah,
fees,
and
but.
if I could just clarify, I think for people that haven't been inside of what the schools look like right now during COVID, it's a very different look. A lot of stuff had to be moved out of the classrooms and out of the cafeteria. It had to be moved to provide the spacing for the desks and the students in order to meet the requirements so that the whole class wouldn't have to be quarantined if there was a positive student. So in order to provide that, I know my school, it sounds like Bagnell, we utilized the gymnasium heavily. It's piled. I mean, it's not like a few things. It's piled full of things. It's not something you can just undo and redo every day.
Yeah.
It would take a tremendous amount of effort to be moving that amount of equipment around. It took our maintenance all summer to get this accomplished. So I would imagine if you had a conversation with the administration at Bagnell, they would say they cannot handle that.
Yeah, that's
They
what
need to
Mr. Day
look out for
said
their
today.
students and maintain this. Right, I mean, that's off, so, so,
They can't do it there.
correct. So I think that, you know, that leaves it to the high school and middle school.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much for your input. Please let us know how that proceeds. All right, I'm gonna jump around here so we can get Beth out of here at a reasonable time. We're gonna move on to vote to the board, purchase of election equipment for the clerk's office.
Oh, okay. Do we have a letter on that or something? I guess
Yes, it would be the new one that I emailed you.
I have the new one, but it was it,
Yeah.
how out of order are we? Are we past the building inspector and looking for this?
Yes.
Okay, I just had not, no, that's not, there's a lot.
Can we get Beth a microphone? Are you gonna
Well,
leave?
can I just first find this document?
Well, we
that's-
got a second. So if you guys are all set, if you, could, vacate, we're gonna do the shuffle here. And then, if you wanna take this microphone, Beth, that'll help.
Oh, I found it, thank you. Yep, I got it, no, I just had to keep this is like, what do we have, 70
Yeah.
pages?
It's crazy. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, it didn't.
Thank you.
Seven
Just,
pages.
you know, I didn't bring it.
It's probably just been cold.
All right, Beth, what do you got for us?
All right. During the election process, there was a grant that was available for the town clerks, which I requested. It was a $5,000 grant through the CTCL COVID-19. And many of the towns are using that grant not only to pay for supplies during the election process, but also potentially now to pay for equipment.
Mhm.
When we transferred over from the AccuView machine to the ImageCast, we only purchased 2 election machines. We have 2 precincts. That doesn't leave us with an extra in the event that one goes down during the election process. So we have the option, so the state offered every city and town that didn't have an extra machine to lease one for $0 during the election season. So we have one that we've been using. We now can purchase that machine for $150 for the tabulator and the box.
That sounds inexpensive.
Since we paid $4,500 for the original machine.
Right.
So, it is worth it. And then the only additional expense that we would incur annually would now be the maintenance. So it's an extra $200
Okay.
fee for the maintenance, once we start to pay that. Now, the second item that I was asking for are the poll pads. Now, that's a completely different issue. The poll pads have now been accepted to use during elections. The poll pads are used in replacement of the paper check-in system. You can use it for elections, you can use it for town meeting. It makes the system much faster. It prints out a paper receipt for people. So we leased 3 machines to try out during this election process, so we can purchase those 3, which would be one for each precinct, and then an extra one for the clerk to keep. So if a person came in to verify whether they were registered to vote or not, the wardens can actually have that extra iPad to walk around and check it if, for people in line, if we have a situation like the last election, which was very busy, or any of the busy elections in the future. So at this point, I was asking to purchase 3 machines for the poll pads, and they were $350 per bundle, so that's for the machine, the printer, and then the case to hold them in. But their maintenance fee is $300 per machine, so that's another $900, so I didn't know. The purchase of the equipment can be through the grant, but the additional maintenance every year would not be, that would come out of my budget. So that was kind of the sticking point of this.
So the hardware comes out of the grant, but the annual service fee for the 4 or 5 items is gonna be what?
Falls back to the town, so it's an additional, what, 3, 4,
$900.
$900.
900
yeah.
total?
Yeah,
$900
Yeah.
budget increase.
right.
Anybody have any questions for Beth?
Yeah,
Kathy?
I'm just a curiosity, all right, it sounds like we're going from the paper to a digital check-in system. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, and are these networked? I mean, could somebody hack it? I mean, is it protected? If so, is it protected through what we use in the town?
It is, it's on the same
Okay.
wired system of the town, so it is as protected as the town is at this point.
Okay,
But it is on a network.
but it's protected, like, so that what we went through before with the town, when that we had that big problem, Mike, you were here. when
That's
it-
different. That was a phishing scam that someone clicked on, as opposed to someone hacking a hardware or a network. So someone clicked on a link which opened up a phishing scam, which puts software or malware onto the servers, which locked them.
But as a result of that, we increased the amount of protection that we.
Yes,
put-
we increased the firewall and the virus scanning.
And so that would protect what she has as well?
That network protection and virus scanning would protect anything that's on that network.
Okay, good, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
As long as no one clicks on a phishing scam, we should be pretty good.
And there are a lot of them out there.
There are a lot of them, so don't click on anything.
No.
Bill, any questions for Beth?
I would think that the voting machines in particular would have an even more robust malware hacking detection than some of the rest of our IT network would have. Would I be incorrect in that assumption?
Well, the actual tabulators themselves are not wireless. I get a card from the company itself, so there's no connection during the voting at all for anyone to hack into the machines. But the poll pads are connected to our Wi-Fi, so there's always a potential.
Did you find that these items made it easier for your staff to, at election time, did it make it easier?
Much easier. Not only during the process of checking people in and being able to give them a hard copy that they did check in, but then it's also on the transfer of the information after the election, because it's electronic, so we don't have to key it back in individually by hand. It now can be uploaded. So that's a much quicker process.
And this is not a slight against anyone out there that was volunteering, so please don't take it that way. But I do recognize that most of the volunteers are on the older side. Did they have any trouble with the technology?
They did not. Their iPads, the system is on an iPad, and it was very, very user-friendly.
Awesome. No further questions.
Ed, anything?
No, it seems to make sense to me. I would support it.
Jason?
Yeah, and it sounds like we've recouped some of the maintenance fees just in the efficiency that it provides. So it sounds like a great idea to me.
Yeah, it was actually, I think you showed me that when I had requested mail-in voting, and then one of the workers was giving me a hard time for not voting when I was just there, so I went over and switched it to voting in person, and it was just a matter of
Yeah.
couple clicks and some updates, and then I had to go and register, and then that was pretty easy, so.
Yes.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a lot better, so.
So may I make a motion, Mr. Chair, for to give the town clerk approval for the purchase of the election equipment, or the additional election equipment,
Using the available COVID funds.
yeah, as described in the town
PCL.
clerk's letter to us of December 3rd, 2020.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Thank you all very much.
I just
Thank
have
you.
a
Thank you,
point-
Beth.
Thank you, Beth.
Wait, a point of
Great job.
information though. She has a $900 budget increase. Do we have to do anything about that at this juncture?
Will this affect any votes in this fiscal year? I don't think there's any more elections,
No, it will not affect this.
so it
So
won't be
you're
till
gonna put in for this money
2021.
for your next year's budget. So this budget increase is not occurring this year. $900.
Actually, the $900 would affect 2022's budget.
No, but
And-
I'm talking about this year's fiscal
Right,
budget.
no, it doesn't touch
Okay, then
2021's
that's it.
budget.
Fine.
And part of it, and the other doesn't even affect it until the following year, because we
Right.
had 2 years of
Okay.
maintenance. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
okay, thank you.
All right, moving on, we're gonna go back to the top, for stipend to Sam Jocelyn, building inspector for added duties. So we'll turn that over to Kevin, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the board had some time ago met with Sam and listened to his presentation on comparable wages, and had expressed a desire to increase his pay. The problem is, you can't alter you can give him a pay increase, the board can authorize that anytime you want, but what you can't do is impact the budget in such a way that it runs out of money without observing the proper procedures for transferring money. So what I did is I wrote a memo, I did the research for you, and you actually should keep this memo, because this is kind of a template. If at any point in the future you're considering giving somebody a raise mid-year, hours increase, whatever, this tells you the legal ways you can go about it. So here's what it boils down to. In order to increase the cost of an existing budgetary item, you've got two choices. You can transfer money on May 1st, which is a vote of this board, from any surplus budget, anywhere in the budget, to another area of the budget where you want to move money. In order to exercise that option under the statute, you've got to have a concurring vote of the Finance Committee. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to ask the town meeting for a supplemental appropriation into the budget out of available revenue, free cash stabilization, et cetera. Now, the way you do that is you have a special town meeting before the annual, or you open the annual, adjourn to the special, do it, and then go back to the annual. That's a so-called special inside of the annual, or special before the annual. Now, those are the only two ways that you can supplement a budget once a fiscal year has started. In this case, the simple act of giving Sam a pay increase, which would cause the budget to run out prior to May 1, is not possible. But what I learned in conversation with Sam was that he has assumed a substantial number of duties due to, which were formerly the finance directors during this interim period that we're in. Obviously, I'm not full-time, and so a number of people have had to assume additional duties. And you've already authorized stipends for the assistant treasurer, for the town accountant. Well, Sam is in that category. So I had him give us a letter where he laid out all the additional duties that he's doing, which are directly related to not having a current full-time finance director, and did a little analysis, and turns out that that's probably worth about $175 a week, which you can grant in the form of a stipend to him for those extra duties. Now, that doesn't change his pay grade And that's a decision that'll have to be made as part of the budget for next year. But it does accomplish the purpose in that it compensates him for extra work that he's doing. It satisfies him in terms of making his wages more comparable to area building inspectors. So he's a happy guy. I don't think Sam was as concerned with how we do it, as long as we get to where he wants to be. And this was a kind of a workaround, if you will, to let the board execute what you wanted to do, but to do it in a lawful way. So I'd recommend to the board that you authorize a $175 a week stipend for the building inspector beginning on January 4th, 2021, and terminating on May 1st of 2021. And that'll cost approximately $3,150. It's 18 pay periods. It's actually May 7th because of the way the date breaks. And then, assuming the board votes that tonight, then we would have to remember to put an additional appropriation in one of those two ways that I've structured for you, come May, in order to continue that through the end of June 30.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any comments on that? Bill, anything?
No, I mean, I read it and I realized when we initially did it, we had a deck of cards that Denise had basically owned, and as we shuffled out those cards, we knew that some of the cards wouldn't get shuffled out. We knew some of the cards would fall between the cracks. These are obviously some of the cracks that some of the cards fell into or that we didn't properly shuffle out. So it makes sense that we granted other people stipends for additional duties that they were required or we asked them to pick up. And I think Sam has been doing this without compensation since she left. So I think it's only fair to him that we compensate him for the extra duties and responsibilities that he's picked up as well.
Thank you. Anybody else? Kathy?
Yes, I wasn't here for the meeting here. My concern is just that more going forward, we were informed through the previous financial director that everybody's salary had been compared and that we were equitable and everything was fine. And, you know, it's disturbing to me to find out midway through a fiscal year that one of the people that has a very important job in our town is the lowest paid in the area, because that's not what I was informed when I've asked about this, and especially when I've asked the same question when I was on the finance board. How do our salaries measure up against the towns around us? And I was told, oh, I do a salary survey every year, we're good. But clearly we're not good. But that's an issue for next year's town meeting. I guess getting into what his additional duties are and how that's working, if I'm understanding it correctly, we're talking about the maintenance of the buildings and things like that. We're talking about the town buildings as an additional duty? But that's what I'm trying to get to, like, what is it we're talking about as an additional duty here?
I think,
There's a letter in the package that,
I had seen it, and I know, and there's just so many pages right now that I'm
Sure.
not done, I'm done with reading all these letters.
well, I know when Denise was here, she did take care of things as the HVAC units, if there were any building repairs that were necessary, any IT issues that were necessary. She was basically the go-to person.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is just make this a list if we could. I mean, it might be a little fuzzy list, but if we could agree on a list here, it would certainly help me out, because I do know that, you're right, Denise did that. I do know that Steve is kind of like our maintenance, Steve, right, is our maintenance person. He's kind of a handyman, but he doesn't necessarily schedule and coordinate all this.
And he doesn't necessarily do
And he doesn't
certain
do
type of
like-
work.
Excuse me?
He doesn't necessarily do certain type of work, if
Right.
electricity, plumbing,
No, he doesn't. That has to be
small
scheduled.
repairs, right.
So, are we saying that Steve would coordinate to our building inspector, or?
well, let me give you, for instance.
I'd like to know how this is
Sure.
gonna work.
Let me
Who's
give you,
talking
for
to
instance,
who?
of that particular
Mhm,
thing.
yeah.
And there's other stuff here. You know, he became the sealer of weights and measures. He
I've had
assumed,
one of those for years, though.
he assumed
It's pretty
duties
funny.
for the IT system, the new permitting software. So those are all legitimate and very real things that he's doing that were formerly done by
So
someone
with
else.
the- yes.
But the library has a leak in the roof line, which they
Correct.
think is related to when they added the bay windows there, and the way that those roofs were integrated into the existing roof line. So they had me come down and take a look at it the other day. I told them, get some estimates, put in a capital budget request, and have the building inspector come down and take a look, because now you know, this is a very experienced
You
person.
know, I get all that. What I'm wondering, and I guess it's more from my board, I want to know, who is going to be talking to who? How is this going to work? I just want to get an overview of it so I understand it.
What do you mean, who's talking
Like,
to who?
like, Sam, like, let's say the library has a problem. Are they going to call Sam directly? Are we going to say, contact Sam? If you think there's a leak in your roof, or you think there's is that what we're going to have?
No, it'll just be an informal, if there's a building maintenance question, because he's the most highly trained person on
Yes,
our
I
staff.
agree. So are they going to
So
contact
folks
him
will,
directly?
folks will consult with him about those kinds of questions. Now, that's not the school department, that's just the general government side.
Right, I know, but what I'm asking my board, are we gonna just, you know, are we gonna make like a memo out and tell people this is who you contact if there's a problem with your
I mean,
building?
I don't know that we have to have a memo that does that. I think it's just hey, call Sam, you know, type of thing. I don't think we have to have this structure written in writing, if this, then that. I just think,
Well,
hey,
I'd just like
if
to-
if the guy if you have a question about a leaky roof or a leaky window, ask Sam.
Right.
I don't know that it has to be anything more,
Well, normally they would
defined.
go to Steve, and then Steve would have gone to Denise, or they go to Denise, so that, it is important to kind of get this ironed out, I think, before you just go forward with it, so that
What-
there's clarity here.
It's fairly simple. I mean, people would come to me presumably, the way they used to go to Denise, and I
But
would,
you're only here 19 hours.
and I would say to them, look, see Sam. Because he's forgotten more about building maintenance issues than I'll ever know in my
well, I mean,
life.
if we have to, we absolutely have to define something like that, then it'd go Steve to Sam.
Sure, yeah, I
Because
mean,
you're only here 19 hours, or
Yeah.
supposedly here 19 hours.
Yeah.
Those people are here both full-time,
yeah,
Correct.
then it would be Steve to Sam.
Okay, and so then on the IT issue, because I wasn't aware that Sam was an IT person, are we then not going to use the consultant that we had in the budget? Is that line all
no, the
spent?
consultant doesn't get involved in this IT.
This is just for permitting.
This is separate.
Oh, permitting.
This is permitting software that is not managed by our overall IT
Right, so
consultant.
Sam would have
Okay.
requested that in the past, and Denise would have kind of managed it, but now Sam has to do both.
Okay,
So, IT networks and the contracting, that's overall town hall. Specificity for permitting, what Sam was requesting, and then Denise would approve and manage, that's just for his department.
This
And
software,
for finance.
this software allows building permits that Sam gets involved in granting to integrate directly into the assessor's field cards and increase property value. So this is state-of-the-art stuff, and it's definitely new, and it would have been done formally by Denise as part of the as part of the finance director's responsibilities for the IT system. But this is a separate, standalone piece of software. That's,
okay. So do we envision that we're going to leave these responsibilities with Sam then for the next budget year, and therefore that would be why you would increase the salary?
That would be my assumption.
Okay.
you know,
Yeah,
I mean,
that
that's a
makes some
budget
sense.
decision, but that's certainly up to the board and within your prerogative, yeah.
Right, I just want to be careful not to circumvent our budget process or our financial board when it comes to salaries, and, you know, there's always, people are always talking about their salary's not right, it's not adjusted right, and we try to do the best we can, and I feel like this is, like, the letter here is kind of apples and oranges, and the thing to separate out is, we're not talking about adjusting a salary to be comparable to the area, we're talking about duties that must be performed, that are essential, and that were performed
I
by
think
the
you said it-
financial director.
I think
Right?
you said it correctly. Sam brought a salary issue to the board's attention. The board wanted to make a pay adjustment, which it cannot do at this time of year. Simultaneously, during the conversation, another issue was identified, which was the additional duties that he's doing. So you can authorize a stipend, you cannot authorize his a pay increase unless there's money to fund it. And if you were to do that, you'd run out of money prior to the date when you can fund it. So we're doing what we can do, but we're not doing what we can't do.
Right, and so that's why I'm saying, I just think a memo that just outlines the stipend and what the duties are would be a transparent way to do this, because I don't want other employees to feel like we're just finding a way around something. You know, we're still dealing with an interim situation where there's duties that we hadn't seen, that hadn't, as you said, the deck of cards. You know, there's still cards in the deck that I wasn't aware of. You know,
Well,
like the permitting software, I had no idea about that.
I think at the appropriate time,
Yeah.
I will have a recommendation for the board about doing a pay and classification plan, because you don't have one. And so
Okay,
employees are paid on a very ad hoc basis, and that's not a good way to go about paying people, because it leads absolutely inevitably to inequities, and the only way to fix that is the proper pay system.
okay.
And I'll be recommending to that, and hopefully the board will approve it, and we'll have it in place prior to the budget being finalized. And then you'll have answers to questions like that, because that will all get considered as part of a comprehensive pay
I
plan.
mean, Sam is a very highly valued employee, in my opinion. He's more than proven himself, and if he's able to help us get through this difficult period and take on some of these tasks, I have confidence he can do it and do it well.
All right, Jason, anything to add?
No.
You're a man of few words. Ed, anything to add?
Well, I think that we probably would have looked at the additional stipend, had we known that Sam was taking on some of these duties that we didn't know about at the time. When we issued some stipends to some other employees out of the finance director's salary, but I don't recall that we gave these extra duties to him, so he's got them, however, and he should be compensated for them, just like the other employees at the town hall were.
Right.
All right, so does someone want to make a motion on this so we can get it approved, or whatever we're gonna do?
Right, the amount was $175 a week, all the way till May.
7th, I believe.
I'll make a
Pay
motion.
period ending May
For a
7th.
$175 a week stipend for the building instructor beginning on January 4th, 2021, and ending on May 7th, 2021, and will result in a total expenditure of $3,150.
I'll second that.
Second, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I think it should just be noted that this stipend is specifically for additional duties and responsibilities that Mr. Jocelyn has assumed since Denise is absent, just so it's not, we just didn't give this one for nothing.
Right, can we include that in the motion as a friendly amendment?
I think you just did.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, did you want to add something?
Nope, I'm good.
All right, all those in favor? All right, moving on, increased hours for admin coordinator.
So, in the short time I've been with you, I've noticed, been working with the administrative coordinator, and have asked her fairly early on when I got here to start keeping a journal of the work that she's doing and the number of hours that it takes. I think it's fair to say that when the position was created, nobody really had any idea how many hours it was going to take, and the 16 hours in the off week, 19 hours in the week when the board meets, was kind of a guesstimate of what it takes. What I can tell you is, it's taking more than 19 hours a week, frankly. I mean, I'm 19, she is with me while I'm working, because all day long while I'm working in the building, I'm firing orders, and I'm just constantly all day long of things that need to get done. And unfortunately, it's the reality that when the administrative coordinator is not physically in the building, because she's connected by email and phone, that people are calling all day long. Department heads, the public, board members, me, looking for service. And so it has become very evident that 19 hours is just not working. Now, here's the problem. Fair Labor Standards Act creates two types of employees, exempt and non-exempt. Exempt is like me, department heads, basically technical people, accountants, folks like that, who can work as many hours as is required and get paid one wage. Non-exempt employees are really specifically who the Fair Labor Standards Act was written for. And remember, it was written to protect them from employers that would otherwise require them to work and not compensate them for that pay. That's exactly why that law was passed. Now, the administrative coordinator is an hourly, what you would formally call an hourly position, but which is now referred to as a non-exempt, meaning they are covered by FLSA. So to the extent people require administrative coordinator to do things, that has to be paid. There's no getting around that. Now, part of the issue here is if this was a position, like all of our other hourly positions, that was in the building and didn't work outside, i.e. at home, then you could simply say, look, here's the hours in the building from here to here and here to here on this day and that day. And when you're not in the building, do not take a phone call, do not look at emails, just don't do it. Before COVID, that was pretty simple stuff. You'd budget people for a certain amount of time and certain hours, and that was that. Unfortunately, COVID has made everything much more complicated because now we must allow people to work at home because of COVID, that's the law. And so it's sort of insidiously created this system where we have to be very careful that our non-exempt employees are not having their time tied up when they're not physically in the building, because that time must be paid. So after, I'm not prepared to give the board as of tonight a recommendation on how many hours the administrative coordinator position should be, because that analysis that I'm doing, I need at least another month. I need at least a couple of months of data to be able to sit down and look at it and then tell you, here's how many hours I think it really takes. And remember too, that you've got a brand-new person doing the job who had nobody to train them, and the job has not existed, I guess, for 3 or 4 years, the last time we had somebody in the position. So we're kind of having to, the person in the job has to learn it at the same time that she's doing it. Now, I'm here now, and I'm providing, I think, a lot of assistance in learning that job. But that learning curve is going to continue for some time, because it's a very complex job. I suspect at the end of the day, it's going to become a budgetary decision, and I suspect you're going to have to take a look at what the right combination with this new town administrator position coming and the administrative coordinator position. You're probably going to have to, at some point, make some decisions. We're going to have to do it in the budget, because this is all coming on July 1 to June 30, and that recommendation is going to be in front of the town meeting in the spring. So we're probably, at some point, what I'm probably going to do is take a poll of surrounding towns for you and see what the executive office has for staffing. 1 secretary, 1.5, half a secretary, whatever it is. So all I can tell you tonight is that 19 hours is not enough. I sort of struck on 25 because it's more, it's only 6 hours more, it's easily within the budget. And so I think so I recommend you do that, but I really want to come back to the board probably after the first of the year and tell you what this job audit that I'm performing yields. And I don't know if we'll be able to increase more hours at that point, or if we're just going to have to make it part of the budget decision for July 1. I don't know. What I do know is that 19 hours is not working. Administrative coordinator is routinely running over, and to a very great extent, ironically, we're part of the reason, we, meaning the 6 of us, and the other department heads are. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I talked, Catherine obviously is administrative coordinator, I talked to her and I said, look, when you get to 19 hours, stop and call me before you spend another minute. So she called me, and and it was very legitimate stuff that needed to get done, because there was a department head that needed something, or a board member needed something, and it was kind of, how do I say no, you can't do that, because his work had to get done. Thursday afternoon at, noon, her hours were gone, and we still needed to get the agenda set. So I couldn't very well say, "Yep, stop what you're doing, we're not gonna do the agenda." So that was another 4 hours that I had to say, "Okay, work them." And that means that's 4 more hours that we gotta pay. So this is happening with regular consistency, and the only solution I can see in the short term is go to the 25 hours. And then I'm gonna have to work with the department heads and figure out some way to say to them, look, when Catherine's in the building, you can task her, ask questions, come in, request things. When she's not, we're gonna have to put some control on it. Now, right now, the control I have is when she hits 19, she calls me. And then I determine after that if there's any more work that's gonna happen and for what. So 25 is my best estimate. I understand this is a little mushy, folks, I get it. I wish I could tell you I had more precision, but I'm at a point where I can't give you real precision for another month until I've got 2 months of this journal and I can really sit down and look at what's being done and what's needed. That's called a job audit. And I've done lots of them, over the years. But you can't do it in 30 days because it's not enough data. So I'm just saying I think you need to increase the hours. The budget can handle it. That's not a problem there. It's not a pay raise, so, it's not an adjustment to pay or anything. It's just an increase in hours at the current rate. And I think that'll help a lot. I don't think it'll necessarily cure the situation, but I think it'll help. And it'll buy me some time till after the first year. I can give you a little bit more intelligent recommendation. So,
All right. I have a couple of items on that, but I want to go around. Ed, do you have anything to add to that?
No, but I think this is one of the charges that we asked Kevin to take care of when he came here, was to, we knew there was gonna be an adjustment of some of the hours of some of the employees, and that's something that we had asked him to look into. And so this falls right in line with that. And I don't think anybody here that didn't realize that 19 hours wasn't gonna be enough.
well, I mean, at a simple mathematical level, they tell me Denise was doing 50, 60 hours a week. I believe it because I know her and I know she's a workaholic. We've replaced that with 19 and 19. So just on a simple mathematical level, you can't get done in 19 hours with 2 part-time people, particularly one that's learning the job as she's going, to replace 50 or 60 hours, of very high level of expertise and experience. It's just the mathematics doesn't work. So it's, as you say, I don't think this should come as a surprise. This is sort of the inevitable outcome of, my getting here. And obviously I'm part of the problem because I'm tasking the administrative coordinator with a lot of things to do. And that's taking time that formally she wasn't being tasked with. So now it's a matter of doing, and if you look at the job description that you've got, it's almost intuitive. You look at that job description and you just say, that can't get done in 19 hours. It just can't get done.
All right, Jason, did you want to add anything?
Do you know when the job existed, how many hours it was set for?
They tell me it was full-time.
And that was before Denise took over
Yeah,
the job because
apparently,
the person left.
From what I'm
Yes.
told, the incumbent retired. Denise assumed those duties.
Position just
I
never
don't
got
honestly know
filled.
if there's a pay adjustment or anything, but she assumed those duties. The position was eliminated, and she was willing to increase her hours to compensate for the fact that a full-time person was now gone. So,
Jason, anything
That's
else?
it. I just wanted to, I was just curious.
Bill?
That makes sense, though.
I'll pass for now.
Kathy?
Just more, again, clarification on the big picture is Catherine was hired as an administrative coordinator, right? And did we designate who she reports to? Does she report to you or does she report to the financial director?
Well, that was part of my comment, but I can answer that in a minute.
Okay.
Is that your only question?
Well, maybe after you talk, maybe I'll have another question, but initially, that's my thing, is I'm not sure I know
You want to wait
that.
until I talk, Bill, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'll pass and reserve, because you may say something that I'm already gonna say, so I'll save my
I
breath
doubt
for
it.
later.
I doubt it. I'm not that bright. So, maybe October-ish, when we hired Catherine for that position, the position was to be the assistant to the board. And it was supposed to be the executive assistant for what our needs were. not for what the interim finance director's needs were. So my position on this is that where she has a set number of duties and expectations, those were initially for us, not to be inundated with everybody else's needs and responses and kind of requests for items. Now, this ties into a couple different things where your hours are 19 hours a week on, say, Monday and Wednesday.
No, that's not working. It's more like Monday through Sunday.
Well, yeah, me too. But that type, well, so when we went through the interview process, you had said that you could do the job in 19 hours. Whatever those 19 hours are, Monday and Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday, whatever those are, we had an idea that those were gonna be your hours, that you wanted to do the 19 hours, and based on the tasks that we needed to have done. Having Catherine and you working the same hours seems a bit redundant to me, where we could spread out those needs based on what the incoming requests are from either employees at town hall, residents, phone calls, whatever that might need, based on the initial type of situation that she would be our executive assistant and what we needed her to do, not particularly what you needed her to do at that time. Bill, did I say anything that was bright?
Yeah, but I have a couple of questions, because I know, even when Denise was here, if I had a question off hours, I don't recall ever going to Catherine, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would reach out to Denise. And I don't believe, unless reached out to by Catherine, I've reached out to her during off hours for anything. I would either reach out to Mike or try to reach out to you, whoever was in there. So I'm trying to understand, I guess, who's sucking up all her hours? And to Mike's point, I guess, this is one of the redundancies maybe I see, that do both of you need to be here for board meetings at the same time? I know we requested your presence because you kind of give us some guidance during these meetings to stay, on the right side of the tracks. But is it counterproductive now for her hours to have Catherine here during the same time? I know that somebody else does the minutes. I'm wondering what her role now that you're here is during this meeting. So maybe there's an opportunity to roll back some of the excessive beyond 19 hours that she's currently at. I guess I'm trying to understand, and I know that when Denise left it, we had, Sam is a perfect example, there were some cards that didn't get shuffled out, and some left on the table we still need to shuffle out. I'm just trying to understand, bridge me the gap from the 19 hours that we thought, and I agree with Mike, I thought we hired her specifically to attend to us, to the 25 or more hours that you need. Make me a bridge in that gap.
Well, in terms of coming to the meeting, the Board of Selectmen's meeting, I think you get a problem because you have somebody who allegedly was doing the minutes, and you haven't had a set of minutes since July, and that's both breaking the law as well as incredibly poor practice. So if you have somebody doing it, there's a problem there. So one thing you can do is, if Catherine is going to be here, she can do the minutes. Now, that's gonna mean she has to be at the meeting, and she's gotta have a couple hours to do the minutes.
Right, so let hold
Yeah.
on. So getting to the minutes.
Can you just say that one more time?
Bill's talking.
Getting to the minutes, if we have a problem getting the minutes done, my understanding is we contract out
Yes.
to an individual that reviews the tapes and then does the minutes.
Right.
If we've had a problem since July
Okay, thank you.
that we're having, not getting the minutes done, it is now December 7th, it's Pearl Harbor Day, I guess apropos, right?
Yep.
That we're just finding out we're getting bombed now?
Well,
How did we go, and again, I just had this conversation with my son. It's not a crime to fail. The crime comes when you know you may be failing, or you know you're struggling, and you don't raise your hand and say, things aren't going well.
Yeah.
I need some help, I need some advice, I need some guidance. I'm not getting minutes. It's now July, it's now August, it's now September, it's now October, it's now November, it's now December. Why are we only realizing that this situation exists today?
Well, I
That's
guess
my first question.
I don't mean to seem like a smart aleck, but I think you could ask yourself the question because you're the consumer of that service, so I don't know who else would ask the question.
Well, we have been getting minutes.
Executive session.
No, not only executive minutes.
Yeah.
I can look back at prior agendas, and we have had minutes to approve. Sometimes they come in huge lots, and sometimes in dribs and drabs, but we have, other than this meeting, I think.
I don't have answers to these questions, Bill, I apologize, but I don't know. I've been here 4 weeks, and I
And
was
I'm not
just,
looking to put blame on anybody. Blame never solves anything.
but what
looking
I'm
for
telling you
solutions.
is irrespective of how you got to this situation, you have this situation. The person that does your minutes is out in the middle part of the state. I don't know how this model was created. I've never in my life seen anything like it, in all my years of doing this work. Can it work? I suppose it could if that person was not distracted, conscientious, delivering, and if you were getting your minutes on a regular basis within 14 days of the close of the meeting, as the law requires, then I would say to you, well, it's unusual, but it's working, so fine. These are days for unusual solutions. But the point of the matter is, it's an odd situation, and it's not working. Now, when something isn't working and it's odd to begin with, I think there's sort of a bulb goes off, and we all say collectively, okay, we gotta change this, because this isn't functioning. Now, we just today, apparently after a number of emails and phone calls, heard back from this person, who said, been busy.
Been busy for 7 months? Whatever the months were?
Yeah, well, it's a good thing I didn't get the call, because I'd have dealt with it a different way. But Catherine got the call. Basically, what I said was, well, tell her to get the minutes in. I mean, if she's got the minutes, we need them. Now, watching the broadcast on YouTube and then producing a set of minutes is a really poor way to do it, frankly, for the Board of Selectmen. The reason it's not done this way is because typically the person who does it is the administrative secretary, who both brings things to the board on the agenda, like licensing tonight, and is therefore present to answer your questions. Secondly, there's a lot of follow-up work. There's a ton of work to get ready for the board meeting, get everything organized. There's a ton of work follow-up after the board meeting. And so if the same person is here who organized the meeting for you, did a lot of the background work, is now taking the minutes, producing them, and doing the work, there's great efficiency in that, which is why it's the universal model. I've never heard of any other model. I'm sure there is.
Well, I think we've been doing that for a
Quite some
number of
time.
years, 5, 6, 7 years.
It's been a
Had this-
while.
You had this person doing the minutes?
Either that person or a person doing the
Where,
minutes.
where is this person paid from? What's the line item?
I don't know.
It's
Is it under the finance director?
It's got to be paid in your budget somewhere.
Well, I'd like to know how much it is for the year.
It's
She
probably in
gets
some
paid
kind
about-
of
it's about
professional,
a meeting,
She gets paid $50.
about that, it's
So
like,
like she gets a flat fee?
no,
I think
it's
she,
like
I think
18
she
or
was
19 an hour.
a clerk in the mid-state somewhere.
She is, yes.
No, I'm asking, where is the,
I got it, but I think she had, I mean, obviously the election duties and all that stuff that was leading
Right,
into.
She's
so
a
that's
town
There was a
why-
lot of the concern with
Yeah,
that.
she's a town clerk in another town in the middle part of the state somewhere. That's what I know.
All right, so I
I've
mean,
been
that's,
chasing the minutes for a while, where are they, when am I gonna get them, all that. I was told that because it was election, to be patient, that would happen, not from her, but from other people.
yeah.
That eventually she would catch up. And I finally just today got an email from her that said, she said, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm really behind, blah, blah, blah. Let me see what I can do to get
So
caught up.
I understand that, I'm sorry to take your thunder, but I understand that that happens because of the situation and the elections, and that can take precedence, obviously. But we had been doing this for a number of years, and it had been working, and I thought it was cost-effective, and it was working. So I don't know why, maybe we need to change, I guess, the minute taker or the,
well, again, where is the
Certainly,
money?
if you want to continue that model, for the reasons I've already said, I don't think it's an efficient model. I think The efficient model is what's pretty universally done. The secretary to the board does the minutes. But if you wanted to do something different, that's certainly nothing wrong with that. I would just say to you, we need to get a different person to do it, because, you know, you've got a bad situation going on right now. Somebody files, you know, with the Secretary of State's office and says the town of Groveland Board of Selectmen is 7 months behind in their minutes, and we were in a pickle. I mean, that's not, not allowed.
I think there's a line item for this.
There is.
Right, well, so that's my whole point, is, I mean, we're talking around and around and around and around. If there's a line item, just cut off the other person and pay Catherine to do the minutes, and we don't have to do all this other stuff right now. Because I'm just getting, this is a lot of stuff going around, that the minutes are just a very easy to identify piece of our budget, and there's a line item for them. Right? Well, that's what I'm hearing. I mean, they got paid from somewhere.
Well, there's gotta be a line item somewhere. I
Oh,
don't happen to
yes.
know where it is, but I can get the budget book and
Right,
I
and
can
I
look
would-
it
That
up for
line
you.
item, do we
So
have
then
the
I would
values?
say we can pay Catherine from that line item
See if
to
that
do
one
the
is-
minutes, right? And maybe that would cover
Ha-
things for now.
Having, at the risk of stating the obvious, the reason you created this situation is when the administrative assistant to the board left 3 years ago, and that position was abandoned, you had to have somebody do minutes. So this was clearly a workaround that was created
Well,
because you didn't have a secretary.
Okay,
So
so let
you
me
have to
explain.
take minutes.
That it was not, the administrative assistant position, what happened was that administration assistant position also was the personnel person as well. It was not just the minutes taker. And that's why that salary got to be so large. And then when we brought in the financial director, so you had like a $90,000 financial director, we had a $60,000 administrative assistant that was more than just a minute taker.
Right.
She was managing the permitting process for this or that and all this other stuff. And then Denise came in and said, well, I can do all of that. And the town meeting voted and gave her the increase in salary to take on the personnel duties. And then Denise managed the minutes from some line item within her own budget. And that was that. That's how that happened. So,
Up until July, it worked pretty
right.
smooth.
So my point is, if there's a line item to pay for the minutes, why can't we pay out of that line item to Catherine to do the minutes? I mean,
Yes.
just tell this person, forget it. If they're this far behind, I'm sorry, that's too little, too late.
Right, but that's a separate conversation than the original,
I know that, I'm just, right
the
now.
original purpose to hiring Catherine, and then the line item that we're paying her out of, and the job duties that they're
Correct. I'm not
supposed to
ready,
be performing.
yes.
But, Bill, you wanna say something?
No, but keep going.
No, go ahead, I'm done.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, the minutes are one topic that I can understand and appreciate. Increasing more hours right now, before we really know how things are working here, I'm not ready to yet. I just don't understand enough about who's doing what yet, and I need to see more information on that. You know what I mean? Like, what is it you're tasking the Catherine? If we could make like a bullet list, because maybe that's something we can take on. You know, maybe we should take back all the permitting for the fields or whatever, I don't know. Maybe
I'm
we
happy
need to take
on
some.
more, and I think that comes down to the next item on our,
Oh, okay.
so these are kind of hand in hand, but did you,
Well, I'm still trying to figure out, I know you said some of your hours beyond the 19 are being sucked up by the 6 people in this room. I'm not one of them, so that leaves 5 people in this room. So maybe Kathy could help us in understanding who here is taking advantage, I guess, for lack of a better term, no offense meant. Who's taking up your time?
Bill, if I could suggest, going down that road is going to inevitably lead to a conversation which is going to turn negative.
Well,
If
it's
you
not gonna
trust-
turn negative, because here's what I want to get at.
Yeah.
If, it's very difficult to serve 5 or 6 masters, wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely.
So if we could coordinate that communications to Catherine go through one designate,
don't point to me.
I'm not pointing, I'm just saying one designate, then it would funnel that, she'd only have to deal with 1 as opposed to 5, which may be more efficient for use of her time, for use of our time, so that we get the most value out of that precious little time we have with both of you, as opposed to being bombarded by 5.
Yeah,
If we had one designate, say Kathy, right? If we want to coordinate something through Catherine, we go through Kathy, so that Catherine knows, okay, I have one person to coordinating through the whole entire board. This is the one person that's gonna coordinate with me, and everything else is noise, because it didn't go through Kathy. So, I can stay focused. I can use those 19 precious hours I have very meticulous, with surgical precision, as opposed to this shotgun blast kind of thing where I'm not gonna get anything done because I'm just all over the place, right? Which is what you're getting at. She's not getting anything done
If it
because she's
helps-
too stretched out, right?
If it helps you,
It may not, I don't know.
I'm a town manager. I've been managing workforces of hundreds of people for 4 decades, more. I think I know how to manage the time of a secretary. I'm pretty sure I got that. So I think I can manage Catherine's time along with a lot of other people's, because that's my training, that's what I do. So I don't think you need a board member to manage the secretary's time. That's frankly would be a waste of your time.
We're not looking to manage her time, but
Well,
if
I thought
5 of us are distracting her because we're all
Bill, that's
communicating
a tiny
with her-
part of the problem. It's part of the
Well,
problem,
okay,
but it's
then I
only part.
misunderstood. I thought you were saying it's a bigger part of the
No,
problem.
no, not at all, not at all. If you look at the job description for the position, you will see by definition a job that has a lot of different responsibilities. I'm frankly surprised to hear that the presumption was that the position was to serve solely the board and not the finance director, because I tell you candidly, I didn't stop to think about that for a half a nanosecond. I mean, not once in the last 4 weeks have I hesitated to tell Catherine things that I need to have done. I mean, just setting up appointments for me, finding documents for me, finding records, talking to other people that I need to talk, getting me a phone number. I've tasked her with a lot of time. As I said, I'm tasking her more than anyone else, without a doubt. But I mean, frankly, you're paying me $55 an hour, you're paying Catherine $19 an hour. If you want me at $55 an hour doing clerical work, I'll do it. I will tell you right now, that's a waste of your money. I don't know how we had a situation where you were paying the rate you were paying your previous finance director to do clerical work, which she had to do because you eliminated the clerical position. I would say to you that is inherently on its face inefficient, because you're vastly overpaying for the work. All work has a value. I'm not Dr. Fauci. He probably makes a lot more than I do because he needs a much higher level of expertise. But neither would Dr. Fauci say, I'm going to do the work that I do for $15 an hour. He commands that work commands a certain salary. All work commands a certain salary. When you seek to match work to pay, you try to match the level of work required, training, education, skill, experience, to the salary you set. You don't pay a much, much higher level salary, blend it into somebody's work, and think you've gotten a value. You haven't. It's a false value, because you're paying too much for that work. Frankly, I never heard of a chief executive position, chief administrative officer position, which is what your finance director is by definition in the job description, that didn't have clerical assistance. Because there's a certain amount of work that has to get done that's clerical in nature. And again, if your finance director is doing that, then that's a false economy, because you're doing work that has a certain dollar value at a much higher value. I mean, I think that's not management, that's common sense. So I'm not sure how to respond to what you said, Mike, which is the position was created solely for the board. I mean, I execute as the finance director working for the board, and as your HR director / finance director, and much more of the work I'm doing in the job description is town administrator type work, much more of it than finance director. And in order to do that work, I gotta have some clerical help, because I can't be efficient unless I've got that help. I just assumed that Catherine was doing that, the position does that work, supports me clerically, gets the stuff done that's in the job description for the board, and that all works out and it makes sense. So I think I'm not sure what I'm hearing, that I can't task Catherine. I don't know what that means.
Well, again, the original thought to hiring that position was to benefit the board. And what has happened is that role has been shifted from the board to be under your direct need and guidance on what you need. So it's
Right.
more, right? So
Yeah, it's
this
doing
kind of
both.
moves into the second point here of clarification of duties, where you just said it yourself, you're acting as a town administrator.
Much more so.
Right, we've never had a town administrator, we had a finance director, we hired you as an interim finance director to do the financial piece of things.
But I'm doing the identical job description that the previous finance director was doing, and if you look at the
Right.
job description, the duties are much more town administrator type duties than typical finance director duties.
I understand that.
Which is why presumably you are in the middle of a change of government, because you realize that.
I understand that, but going to Kathy's point, as far as taking on more responsibilities from a board perspective and removing those so you can focus on the things that we need you to focus on, I'm all for that. So if we need to take on more of that personnel duties, so you can focus on the things that we need you to focus on, which are the financial pieces, and then Catherine can focus on the pieces that we need her to focus on, which would be the administrative stuff, getting back to people in town hall, being available, having some kind of appropriate response in an appropriate time frame, not doubling up on the days and activities that you're both in town hall. This is my perspective, everyone else can have their own perspective. But not doubling up on the time that you're both in town hall, but spreading out those resources. So you're there Monday and Wednesday, she's there Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. If you guys need to coordinate over those time periods, then that works. But I
No,
think
that That won't work. That absolutely is
why
dysfunctional.
won't that work? I don't
Because
understand
if
where.
you look at the job description that you've given me, and I think we're bleeding over into the next agenda item.
Well, they're kind of connected, so
Yeah.
it's,
If you look at the job description that you've given to your finance director, me as the interim, and remember, finance director / HR. The personnel director component of this position takes an enormous amount of time. If you expect somebody to fulfill the duties of an HR director / finance director, and the job description has loads of administrative duties that are typically assigned to a town administrator, because there is no one else to do them. Somebody has to be the procurement officer. That's not a typical finance director role. That's a typical town administrator role. Now, it can be assigned if you have no town administrator and there is no one else to do it, then sure, you assign it to whoever you can get the job done by. Similarly, HR director is not a finance director job. They are vastly different trainings. But sure, if you don't have a town administrator, then you give the HR duties to somebody, and that was your finance director. So if you look at the job description that you've given to me as interim finance director, I can't function without clerical staff. I mean, my day would be hopelessly inefficient if I were calling, making my own appointments with people, trying to do my own filing. I mean, that would just be absurd. And if you look around at the surrounding communities, there is no chief administrative officer doing that. It doesn't exist. Because long ago, everybody realized, if you're going to be a chief administrative officer, basically managing the affairs of a community, then you've got to have clerical assistance. It's axiomatic. It's not abnormal. It's completely the norm. Now, you're going through a change right now where you're going from something to something else. And I'm trying to help out to point out the realities of what it is that you're morphing into. You've been something different. Now you're changing. So if you look at those duties of the interim, of the finance director, I mean, I can go through them right now, Mike, if you want, and I can read it and I can say, that's administrative. And there's another one, that's finance officer. And you go right down the line and you can see that this is not a position which is purely administrative, purely finance in nature. By the same token, the things that Catherine is doing is not solely supporting me. A lot of what she does is exactly what you need done. She gathers material during the course of the week, requests for agenda time. She does the research that has to be done for agenda items, like the licensing, processing all that paper flow, and then getting your agenda ready, calling the chairman on Thursday, reviews the agenda with me, usually Wednesday morning or over the phone Thursday. We get that set, and then calls the chairman for final approval and review. That's all the work that you need done. And yes, there's some work getting done for me as well, but it's part and parcel of the job description.
But to that point, the stuff that you just named, Denise was doing all that and more during
Yes,
her
she
time.
was. Yep.
But she didn't have an assistant to do all that.
No, she didn't. That's the point.
So, one second, so I'm wondering where the disconnect is, because I understand that you have a lot to do, there's a lot that happens in that office, I'm not, blind to that.
Yeah.
I'm not blind to that, I understand that, but if I'm looking at the 19 hours that we agreed that you could do this job in the finance piece that we need to have done, obviously, that is priority number one. If I look at that role, and then I look at my own job and what I do, I mean, not only do I work, 50, 60 hours a week at my full-time job, but over the last year, with everything that's happened with COVID and the niece turnover and the other people turnover, and what this role as chairman has done to my needs and what's been pulling at me, that's another full-time job.
Sure.
On top of all that, I have other things that that take away my interest. So I'm not just juggling 2 full-time jobs, I'm juggling probably 3, if not 4. So if I can do something like that, it would seem to me that we can prioritize certain things for you to do stuff like that. That's what I'm trying to get
Sure.
at.
Well, that's the next agenda item, and I'm looking for that clarification, because what you've given me right now is a contract with a requirement, work requirements, a job description, reference to a bylaw, and I've looked at all that, and I'm executing what I am under contract to you to do. But in the last 4 weeks, I've been told repeatedly by members of the board that the things I'm doing are not what I was hired to do, that I was hired to do the 6 things that are specifically enumerated. But in point of fact, the contract says to serve as the interim finance director / HR director, consistent with the job description and the bylaws of the town. There's no ambiguity about that. That's what the document says. I've got it right in front of me. So in order to determine what it was I was supposed to do, I read the job description, I read the bylaw, I read your minutes where you had the conversation about what you wanted done. And I confirmed that I'm supposed to be doing all those things that I'm doing, except for the fact that there seems to be a disconnect of some sort, because as I'm executing the contract that you asked me to sign, I'm simultaneously being told not to do some of the things that are in that contract. Now, it's completely up to the board if you want to change that. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But you can't give somebody a contract and say, do this, and then when they do that, say, don't do that. Well, I signed the document. I'm responsible if I don't do it, because I'm not going to let myself be put in a position where somebody says to me, hey, we told you in the contract to do A, B, and C, and you're only doing A. Who told you to only do A? What happened to B and C? So I got to have some clarification from you, because right now, I'm not sure what the heck I'm supposed to be doing, because I'm getting pulled in so many different directions. Every day, there's a line at the door of folks that are looking for me to help them. And that's elected and appointed officials, town employees, and members of boards, committees, and commissions.
Kathy?
And I'm happy to help them, but I don't want to be doing what you don't want me to do. I want to be helpful to you, but I'm really in a I'm telling you, folks, I'm really feeling very bad and very stressed out, because as hard as I'm trying to work for you, I'm getting constantly told I'm doing the wrong thing. And I got a job description and a contract, and I'm doing what it says, but then I'm being told not to do that.
Kathy?
Okay, I guess, every town has its nuances, its character, and what we had before Denise was, we had an administrative assistant and a financial director, and the administrative assistant did not work for the financial director. The administrative assistant reported to the Board of Selectmen. And the financial director and the administrative assistant often collaborated on things, items that the board needed done or that, had to get done. But that was kind of a mutual agreement thing, like, because they could help each other out. And then what occurred then, though, was with the retirement of the administrative assistant, there was a gap now on the duties that the administrative, they're not secretarial duties. These were, you know, coordinator type of duties for the town. And Denise absorbed that. And then when we started to go down through the path of what she was actually doing, which was interesting to me being new to the board just 2 years ago, she was doing a lot of other stuff that was never included in the financial director's job and shouldn't be. And should just be taken out of it for right now until the town decides whether we want a town administrator. So when we were looking at the scenarios of how to handle things with the departure of our financial director, my understanding of the administrative coordinator position was not that it was a secretarial position, but that it was being brought in to pick up some of those cards from the deck that we referred to, some of the tasks that Denise was doing, to gather the request for permitting of fields and ask us, you know, is this, you know, whatever. There were several things we identified from that big spreadsheet we had of all the things Denise was doing. And, you know, hearing you speak, Kevin, I realized, you know, we're still learning how this was all working, because now that it's being divvied up, it's not as smooth a process as I would like to see. And I don't want you to feel stressed out at all about this. I feel like it's incumbent on us to kind of, to be more specific here about what we would like you to do, and if there's duties that we want you to stay away from, just tell those people, no, you can't come here for that, you know, and then they're gonna have to write a letter to us, I guess, and come to us, because that is a concern I have, seriously. You're a hugely talented individual with a lot of experience, and you definitely could handle anything they could bring your way. And unfortunately, it sounds like that's what's happening. I did not anticipate that we'd have a line at the door, but I should have, in hindsight. And we should have probably identified what departments and people are supposed to be doing and who they're supposed to go to.
Yes.
Yeah, so is that where we're getting to?
Yes.
Okay,
Ed?
yeah,
What Catherine is doing now is exactly what an administrative assistant should be doing. It is a clerical position. She works for the members of the Board of Selectmen. She prepares these license renewals and that stuff. She works department heads, if they need some information, they go to her because the members of the Board of Selectmen aren't there every day. She's doing exactly what she should be doing. She should be coordinating, answering questions directed to the board from department heads, and Kevin is the department head. Minus probably the minutes that we had hired somebody before. It had been going along very good until that woman left, and now, if Catherine can take on that role of the minutes, and I'm sure she deals on a daily basis when she's there with probably the treasurer's office, the town clerk, other department heads. This is exactly what the former administrative assistant to the Board of Selectmen was doing. She's doing all of that work. You certainly don't have a department head, a Kevin, or a town clerk. Well, maybe the town clerk different, but you don't give somebody administrative duties, clerical duties that are way below their pay scale. They're being paid not to do clerical work. That's why you have the assistant, and I think that's exactly what she's doing. I don't see anything different than what she's performing for duties than the former person that had it on a full-time basis. And I mean, I for one knew that 19 hours wasn't gonna be enough when you get into preparing all of the paperwork and answering the questions from the members of the board. And I don't know, I don't think I would call them maybe once or something. But you know, leave her alone. She's doing a fine job. So to me, I don't have any complaints, and I think it's all being done.
Maybe,
Hold on.
All set?
No, you're almost there.
I'm gonna go to Jason first, because he hasn't had a chance.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that.
I can see the mouth going underneath there that you're like, "Hey, baby."
You don't have any.
No, I do, actually. Being that I'm relatively new, and I don't know the intricate workings of the town hall, the one thing I do know is when Denise left, I think we all agreed that we wouldn't be able to replace her because of the amount of stuff that she took on. And so we knew that there was gonna be positions that had to be created to take up the stuff that she did, that she took on. So,
That's it?
Well, yeah.
That's it?
That's it?
that's it. I think,
now?
I think that's something that I think that we have to remember when we look at what Catherine does, what Kevin's doing, and whether or not we need to, remove some of those things, so we're not so unfair to Kevin and his family, that he's here 50, 60 hours a week, doing the HR part of it.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
I think maybe an illustration to sort of make this clearer might be helpful. And first of all, I know that Catherine is doing a lot of work attributable to me, which is not in the job description you already gave her. She's doing a lot of scheduling for me. But here's a for instance. I spent most of my day today in meetings with department heads, doing a whole variety of things. And then with the financial staff, working on getting the tax recap done, figuring out what are we gonna do with the assistant treasurer taking a new job. How are we gonna do that? Because that's a pretty significant challenge to get that to all work. Right at the time when setting the tax rate, starting the budget, doing the capital budget, and getting the tax bills out is all happening in the next 30 days. I mean, this is an extraordinary challenge. Meantime, while I'm spending my day doing that, banks are calling because they want they want meetings with me to get signature cards changed. The bond company's calling because they need information so they can do my bond. Department heads are calling because they want time to sit down with me to discuss one or more of a dozen different issues that they're having. I can't simultaneously do those meetings and try to set my own schedule. I can't do it. If you want me to set my own schedule, I can spend time doing that, but that takes away from what you're really paying me to do, which is the high-level problems that you need solved. And trust me, right now, we have some very significant challenges going on, trying to figure out how to you just lost your two chief financial officers, two of them, within 4 weeks of each other. And getting that so that there will be a smooth glide path without any problems is an extraordinary challenge, and that's what's consuming a lot of my last week and a lot of today. So if I'm trying to resolve those issues for you and I'm simultaneously trying to do clerical work, it's just not going to work on its face. It just doesn't work. Because to the extent I'm doing that clerical work, I'm not doing the work that you need done. No, let me say that differently. You need both done. You need the agenda set, you need it prepared, you need photocopies of things made, you need board members' calls answered, you need the public's calls answered, you need all the people that are calling all day long to your office, business people, citizens, other town governments. You need somebody taking those calls, screening. Now, all that's in the job description for the position. It's all in there. So that's all happening. But it could be the case that from where you envisioned this position back in October and where we are today with somebody here, me, doing this, has taken what was a little clearer and added more hours to it to pick up that work for me that I need to have done. That could be, in fact, I'm speculating out loud, but I would speculate that that's certainly part of what's driving how many hours are necessary. And again, I don't think there was anything magical about 19. I don't think anybody really knew if 19 was going to be right, or 16 was right, or 23 was right. It was a guess. Let's try 19 in.
I think it was a guess based on benefits eligibility.
Oh, well, yeah, yeah, yes, that was probably what was.
That was probably the driving factor
Yeah.
of how many hours we could actually devote
Yeah.
to the maximum to that role.
Yep. So I remember, Bill, you asked me during the interview, Kev, if these hours aren't enough, you will be honest and tell us, right? And I said, I will absolutely tell you. So, while the hours for the job I'm doing at 19 are not adequate, but we all knew that. I'm backfilling some of that voluntarily, which I'm happy to do. But what I can tell you is that 19 hours from the clerical person, from the administrative coordinator, is not enough to get everything done in the job description that you have, and probably support me as well. And that probably is adding extra hours to it. But I think it's an intelligent addition of hours, because you're getting great value from that. Yeah, you'll have to pay for that. But you're getting a lot of value, which is I'm spending my time dealing with those very complex issues that need to get dealt with. And that's what you need. I think that's what you hired me to do, not to do other things that Catherine can do much more efficiently than I can, frankly. So I think we've sort of come back round circle to where we were. I hope you trust my judgment. I mean, I think you brought me here with the presumption that my judgment was based on education, training, and many, many, many years of doing the work. And so I find myself in a disadvantageous position of trying to convince you that you need 25 hours. I had hoped that you might frankly say, okay, Kev, we get it, we understand, we trust you, that's what we brought you here for. So increase it to 25 hours, do the job audit, come back and see us in January, and tell us what your professional judgment is. So I didn't really come here tonight prepared to give you a detailed analysis of why 25 hours is right versus 23 versus 19. I didn't. I gave you a memo, and I just thought, honestly, you'd say, okay, we get it, fine, no argument, done, budget can handle it. Because as I said to you, I will be prepared to give you a very, very precise justification for what the hours need when I finish the state-of-the-art process, which is called a job audit. And that will be done in January, and I'll be able to give it to you. And I'll be able to say, here you go. She kept the journal for 2 months. Now we got a pretty good idea. How many hours a week does it take to set an agenda? How many hours a week does it take to do whatever the functions are that are all in the job description? I can't do that for you tonight, folks. I can't. I can't do it after 30 days. I'm so distracted. I got 27 different hats on my head, which is okay. It's the normal
I
job.
think that's part of the thing that we want to clarify,
it's
is to
normal.
remove some of those hats that we don't think you need to focus on.
Well, that's fine.
That's, yeah.
The board, as I said, I need clarity from you, because you
I think
hired
everybody could
me,
use
you
clarity.
hired me to do a certain thing, and I'm doing it. And if you don't want that done, then you 5 ladies and gentlemen have to decide what is it you do want done.
Right, because I think understanding where we've been the last 4 weeks, that there is a way to, and I don't necessarily know exactly what that looks like at this particular moment, but there is a way that we can streamline the tasks at hand that we've come to light in the last 4 weeks of everything that's being brought to you in your office, what Catherine's been tasked to do, what we should be tasked to do, what individual people in town hall and board and committees and department heads should be tasked to do, given that we're all gonna have to roll up our sleeves and do a little bit extra. So I'm gonna get the bill before we get too far, because I know you gotta leave a little bit early, Kevin.
Now, as far as which discussion are we talking? Increased?
I think we bled over to the clarification of duties along with increased hours for admin coordinator, because those seem to be going hand in hand. So if you don't feel comfortable adding to that right now, I can keep talking, unfortunately.
Go ahead and let me gather my thoughts, because I'm still, this
Jason,
is
did you
still
wanna add
whirling
anything?
around in my head.
No, not right now.
So I think based on some of those clarifications and taking away some of those things that are lining up at your door and causing you to have all these other things take away from the focus of what I deem to be the priority of that office, which is the budget, the warrants, the tax stuff, obviously, because that's a major thing that has to happen in the next few weeks.
Yep.
And anything else that has to do with finance related. I think everything else is secondary at this point. And if we're going to kind of remove that noise from you so you can focus on those, then this board should take on individual pieces of those, so that it's not going to you, it's coming to individual pieces of this board and then rolled up to the board as a whole. We used to have this thing called liaisons, which I think worked well for 4 or 5 years, and then it kind of tailed off a little bit, and now I think this is the right time to bring those back, where we each have specific groups of people that report directly to the board members that then roll up to the whole board if there's individual things that have to be addressed by the board, because overall, this board is the hiring and the firing and the HR authority for the town, given the bylaws, if I'm not incorrect here. So if we divvy up those board, department heads and those individuals, so we each take on 4 or 5 that are our direct contacts, then I think that'll alleviate some of that noise for Kevin to focus on some of the things that we need him to focus on that should be priority, especially for the next 3 weeks and at the end of the year. I think really this is the crunch time for us, because there's a lot that needs to happen. And I'm willing to roll up my sleeves and do whatever it takes to help facilitate that. But I think that we need to remove some of the noise that's distracting you and causing you to have 27 hats that we don't want you to be distracted by. So if we're able to do that and have individuals roll up, and I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot of issues anyways, but at least that gives some reprieve from him being asked 1,000 questions a day on things that aren't a priority in my eyes, this is just my eyes, then we can take that and alleviate him to actually focus on things that he needs to focus on. Bill, now you wanna talk.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking that we know Denise did a lot, but, and this is only my opinion, I don't think the answer in the short term was to hire an interim Denise. It was to hire an interim finance person that could get us the important things: capital improvement, town meeting, warrants, budget, investment management. My envision was micro-focused on the finance portion of her job, knowing that her job encompassed many, many different things, none of which any one person in 19 hours is gonna fill alone. So what I had envisioned was micro-focus on the most important aspects of the financial duties that Denise did, and basically divvy out the other things that she did to other people. So I guess I'm kind of more in Mike's camp, where in my belief, I thought we were looking to you to really take over the finance portion only, knowing that a lot of balls are not gonna be picked up right away. There are gonna be a lot of cards that didn't get passed out. There are gonna be a lot of things that fell through the cracks. But it kinda did work for a while. Denise was here, we just brought you on board in October. So Denise was here part-time August, September, and some of October. And I don't know if we had any really big bumps. Everything kinda just went along smoothly, mostly because, in my opinion, we've made excellent hires over the last few years. People that don't need to be micromanaged, people that have a tremendous passion for what they do, they have a tremendous commitment to Groveland, and they take tremendous pride in what they do. So there hasn't been a lot of need to micromanage any of those folks. They've been basically allowed to do what they do it well, and let us know if you have any trouble. And again, getting back to why we brought you in, I thought it was basically to fine tune on that, finance piece, knowing that we didn't hire an interim Denise, because it just wasn't possible. As you said many times, it's gonna be very difficult to fill Denise's shoes with one person. So we would look to fill just part of that one shoe with you. Maybe I'm wrong in my
You do,
understanding of why we brought you in.
you do all recall, you had a discussion on October 22nd where you went through all this and you laid out the duties. Okay,
I
so
do.
what you're saying now and what you said on October 22nd are very different things. So for
Well,
instance,
Other than the
finance
personnel
director should
head
handle
of HR,
all
nothing is
personnel and
different.
HR duties.
Capital improvement, budgets, town meeting, COVID, contract, bonded treasurer collector, investment manager. So other than that one piece, personnel head of HR, that was a pretty laser-focused kind of finance-related kind of things, wasn't it? Am I
No,
wrong?
there's much more in
I think it
here.
was kind of vague.
The minutes on October 22nd reflect essentially the board wanting someone to be the interim finance director consistent with the job description, which is very broad and encompassing.
Right, but-
You've even got the position being on the regional school committee, school board, I don't know how the position's on the school board, but some sort of a liaison position, and also liaison of the Merrimack Valley, which I think means the Merrimack Valley Planning Authority. And then there's other things in here too. So I don't, if you folks talked on October 22nd and determined you only wanted the financial things, 3 or 4 financial things done, that's not what these minutes say, and it's not what the contract says. That's not what you did. Again, see, this is exactly why I'm so confused.
Well,
Because you gave me a contract, which you then took, the draft contract, on October 22nd, you went through it. And you confirmed what's in that contract. Now, if you want to change that and do something different, that's entirely your prerogative, and I'm more than happy to work with you and try to help you do it.
I think that's
But
what
here's the problem that
system
you've
is
got.
looking at, because we are looking back now at 5 or 6 weeks
Yeah.
of understanding what is happening, and we realize that that probably is not gonna be approved.
So Mike, here's the practical thing, folks. So what are you gonna take off of the, and I'm gonna probably say this to you once, because my life would get a lot simpler if you said, we want you to do these 6 things and nothing else. Because when the people line up at the door all day long, I'm just gonna hand out pieces of paper saying, call this person, call that person. My life gets a lot easier, a lot quicker. But here's your problem. What are you gonna cut out of that job description that you're gonna do? Is any of you ready to be the CPO, the Chief Procurement Officer? Is anybody ready to be the HR Director? Do you know how to post a job vacancy? Because we get a boatload of them. Do you know how to conduct an interview? Do you know how to do these things that I've been training and doing for 40 years? And I mean no disrespect. I'm a professional. This is like folks saying, hey, I'm gonna divvy up my dentist duties. I'm gonna do some of the things that my dentist used to do. You can't do that. So what I'm saying to you is, I don't know how you're gonna do what you're talking about right now. Give these duties up and split them amongst the board members. Can you have conversations with department heads when they say, hey, I got this problem? Sure, of course you can. You're all smart people, you're dedicated, and you can do that. But when somebody says to you, like somebody said to me a few days ago, we have an opportunity to get 3 foggers at $14,000 apiece with some of our remaining COVID money, and we find out that those foggers, at least that manufacturer, is not on the state bid list. And now my choice is to go find something on the combines list, which requires research, or to write an ultra-fast request for proposals, or IFB, invitation for bid, get it out on the street, get it advertised, get it awarded, and get it done prior to December 30th. Anybody want to take a shot at that? I know I can do it. That's what I do. So I don't know how the board is going to have me concentrate on those 5 or 6 things and who is going to do all those things that are in the job description for the interim finance director. I'm just trying to, I'm going to say, I promised I would say this to you once, and then after this, I'm going to answer questions, because I don't want to belabor what to me is absolutely obvious, which is that well-intentioned effort does not make up for professional training. It just doesn't do it. And so you can't manage a town, a unit of government in the year 2020 by an amateur effort. You cannot do it. There are responsibilities that must be fulfilled. And if I'm only gonna do 5 or 6 or 7 things, I'll do them. Believe me, I'll do them. And it would be like taking my head out of a vice to not have to do any of those other things. But I would feel like I'm doing you a terrible disservice because I know what's gonna happen. Because all those things, you've got to take this job description and say, Kevin, I don't want you to do that one. I don't want you to be the chief procurement officer. And you could have somebody do it.
I would say that falls under finance, but okay.
Well, so if you go through this, I suspect you're gonna do exactly what you did on October 22nd. You're gonna look at this, you're gonna reiterate, yeah, we want you to do all that, and that's exactly where we are. And that's okay, but all this conversation started off with was this. For me to do these things in this job description, and I'm doing them, it isn't a question of am I doing them, I'm doing them. And I'm giving you enormous value because you're paying me $55 an hour for 19 hours. I'm giving you up to 30 hours a week. You're getting a heck of a value. And let's face it, $55 an hour was a great bargain for you anyways. And I said, okay, and I'm not whining about it. I'm pointing out the reality. $55 an hour is very inexpensive for these kinds of services. 25 or 30 hours a week, of which you're getting 5 to 10 for free, is a great value. And what I'm telling you is that for me to be able to do that, I need another pair of hands at more hours than 19. I need that. And I can continue to give you that value. But I can't give you that value if I don't have the clerical support. And I certainly can't do it if you say to me, we don't want you to do these things, Kev. We're gonna take this HR hat away from you, and it's okay, do it. Just be ready for what's coming, because you'll have to do it yourselves.
I feel like, we've fully discussed this, and I feel like I've learned a lot listening to you, and I don't have a big problem belaboring a few more hours for the administrative coordinator. That, to me, is not something I need to talk about for 45 minutes or not. You know, it's not that big a budget buster. And I do think we should just go and do the liaisons to see if it takes some of the noise off. And I think that we have to leave the financial director job description pretty much the way we had it for at least the time being to see what's happening. But I do think, like, just to get clarity between all of us, we're all on the same page. We need some deadlines, like when are we having the tax rate hearing? When is the budget packet going out to the departments? Those are the kind of the big things that's weighing on my mind right now. I know the water bills, I don't know why they were out late this year. I don't know if anybody noticed that. I worry about this kind of stuff going on right now during COVID. The water bills, I think, are just getting out now, right? Did you get yours?
I got my water bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, just recently. Usually they'd come out sooner. No, they're like a month behind. Mine
Mine
are-
wasn't.
Yeah, mine is, and my neighbor too, they're all talking about it. So, at a time when, money is so tight, collections are really important for us. We need the tax rate, we need the budget process started.
Well, I've got information for you on all those things.
Okay, and I feel like it's probably a compliment to you that departments are trying to come over and meet you and greet you and talk to you about what the visions are and everything, because I feel like maybe, with a fresh start, departments are now all coming in, but we don't want them all clobbering you at the same time. I'd prefer not, because as you said, with the assistant treasurer suddenly deciding, to tell us that she's taken another job, would have liked to known that when we were talking to her in October and she'd already applied for it, but nevertheless, we will have to deal with that transition too, and I understand that puts more on your plate too. So, I look at Kevin, you come in here, fresh start. I just want to be careful that we don't make you into a town administrator, because I want the town to see why they need a town administrator. So that's why I think I like kind of merging the two thoughts here. I like your idea to do the liaisons, tell the departments, unless it's a financial question, just don't come to me for financial or procurement. I don't know that, you know that. But if the department head just wants to talk about something, I have no idea what, I don't mind taking some of that chatter And then if it turns out to be something that they need to go to you for, then I don't mind coordinating with Catherine for them to see you. But I don't want to hear that they're lining up right now when we need our tax rate and our budget process
Well,
jump-started.
mind you, they're not bringing inconsequential issues to me. They're bringing me things like,
I know, but to me, the most important thing right now is let's get the tax rate set and the budget process started, because I worry that if we don't get this going on schedule, the big part of our town is getting that budget process. And the other big part is setting the tax rate to collect the budget that we just voted.
Exactly.
If we don't have that, it
And to
doesn't
be honest with
matter.
you,
It
that's the
doesn't
kind of
matter
stuff
what
that
else
I
we
lose
have.
sleep over.
Yeah.
I lose a lot, I have lost so much sleep this year because of the responsibilities that have been placed on the board and me. And I juggle it, and I do my full-time job still, but there is a lot of pressure to make sure that we get things done that need to get done, when there's other things that can kind of slip away for now because it's not a priority. And that's what I want, and exactly, that's what I want to make sure that we're focused on. So I have to take on more and do more work and spend more hours doing this stuff than I will. As I offered to you, if I need to go over there and fold paper and stuff envelopes and lick and stamp and all that stuff, my family will come over and do it. I don't care, whatever needs to get done.
But also, like, I love the idea of the salary survey thing, but I guess this is not the time. We've got just too much right now. So I think we made an adjustment with Denise's responsibilities. If we make an adjustment with the coordinator's hours and just wait till town meeting to decide anything else about salaries. Otherwise, I think we're just taking on too much. If we're trying to set all that benchmark salary stuff now, in the middle of what else is going wrong, I'm just concerned.
I don't want to give you the impression that I'm not prioritizing
No, that's not the
issues
impression
that
either.
board
No,
members.
no, I'm sure you're prioritizing, Kevin. I just
And
think.
I'm doing the things that I think demand
I-
attention in the moment, but it's just an endless
Right.
amount of work that needs to be done.
Right.
And I
That's a-
don't think you can substitute, I don't think you can reasonably count on yourselves as a substitute
No,
for
not
what
at
I
all.
can do. I just
no,
don't
no.
think that's a practical solution, put it that
But-
way.
But we could take some of these phone calls, is what I'm thinking, like some of the noise, and then I think we're all intelligent enough that if we know this is something that has to go to Catherine or to you, we might be able to,
Why don't I
just
do
for a
this?
month or so, try and,
Why don't I do
calm it
this for
down.
you, because this, I think, will give you a better appreciation for what you might be buying yourselves into, and you should know before you make that decision. And I've been wanting to do this, I just haven't, I've been so in the moment of so many things happening simultaneously that I had intended to give you a report tonight and say, here's what I'm working on, and here's what these different things are. And I've been so busy, the assistant treasurer resignation last week has just created an enormous amount of work, which then just totally sucked up every moment I had, and then some, last week and most of today. But I will endeavor to get that report to you, because then you can take a look at it and you can see what are the things that I'm doing. And I think what you'll see is there's nothing on there that's trivial, that's allows for delay, because these are all things that are issues that have to get fixed right now. Unfortunately, it's a busy time of year. I mean, it is the busiest time of year. And it's, the timing is most unfortunate, but we're having a lot of personnel, well, we've had some vacancies,
Yeah.
some resignations and whatnot. And so that's creating work that's got to happen, and it's timely, because the boards that don't have these people need them back, like the conservation agent.
But I would say some of those things that you're talking about, we had been doing in the gap between Denise and you anyways, right? I mean, some of those things were coming to us anyways that I thought were handled pretty well. I don't know what you guys think about it. But I mean, some of those things where Denise was kind of here but not here, and we were the assuming authority on personnel, and any HR issues or anything like that, that came to us, and we just kind of handled it and kind of moved along and took care of it. But am I missing something? Did we miss that step, that we can't reassume that, to take that away and kind of remove some of that noise?
well, the personnel issue came to us because it involved, some decisions in legal counsel. I mean, Caitlin was kind of handling all the other stuff about people working at home and not at home. I'm not sure when you say personnel, what we're talking about, honestly. Like, if somebody wants a week off, they would go to Kevin, right?
It would go to the department head.
They go to the
Well,
department
yeah.
head. Yeah, they wouldn't
Okay,
go.
but if a department head wants a week off,
They would have to come to us anyways, and that
they
happened.
come to us anyway.
That happened. That,
Oh,
I
okay.
assumed that stuff.
Well, I don't know, I'm just
Right,
asking.
I'm just saying, but that stuff was taken on by me. I assumed that, and I coordinated with Catherine saying, make sure you log this, that these people are gonna be working from
Okay,
home
so
these
that-
hours because their kids or whatever the situation was. So we logged that, and then when the department head came in and said, I'm taking vacation time for this, Catherine, please log that so we understand that this person's taking vacation time. So it
Okay.
wasn't missed.
Okay, so, so that's all set then. Is that all set in your eyes too, Kevin? That,
Is what, I'm sorry?
like, if people would want a week of vacation or something, they're going to you, Mike.
Well, they
the-
were, yeah.
Your,
Department heads.
your bylaw says that they come to the HR director.
The bylaws say.
Yep.
That they go to, we don't
And-
have an HR director.
Yeah, we did, we voted it into Denise's
Have you folks
job.
read the personnel
We voted
bylaw?
into
Do you know what it is
Denise's
that
job.
I,
Have we
No,
hired?
What you
know
tasked
we
me to
voted.
do?
We voted it into her job.
well,
at the town
one
meeting.
Right.
thing,
Yeah.
We
one
voted into
thing,
her job,
Yes,
and her job hasn't been filled yet. It's just been filled with an interim
an
finance director
intern,
now.
yeah.
one thing you folks should be very careful to do is before you decide that you're going to pull duties away from the interim finance director, is that you should read those documents and be sure that you're prepared to assume those responsibilities. Because some of them you can maybe sort of kind of get away with, maybe. I think it's dangerous, but sort of kind of. And other things require actual certifications, MCPPO. HR director, some of those things require actual training to be able to do them. And you can't just pick them up and say, hey, we'll do the best we can with them, because if you got a disciplinary hearing, you just can't do a disciplinary hearing by, we're gonna try to do the best job we can. I mean, typically you bring in a labor lawyer, you have a town administrator do it. I mean, those are the people that are trained, or
But
an HR
normally
director.
For us, because we don't have a town
So I
administrator,
think you
that's
gotta
us.
read, I think you need to read those documents,
Kinda did that.
and you need to look at those documents and say, okay, we're ready to pick up this one, this one, this one, and this one, and then let me react to that and say
I
to you.
don't think it's that so much listening to the discussion tonight, Kevin. In my head, it's more that I think we do need to, though, reinitiate the liaison idea, because it was left to kind of fall off the wayside while we scrambled and tried to do all these other things. And I remember I brought it up when I got elected to the full term, and we never did do that. So I think we should just do that, but we're not gonna go in there and say, don't talk to Kevin on something that they're supposed to talk to you about. I mean, I'm not gonna try to buy anything for the town, obviously.
Just remember that I came to you tonight with two requests.
Yes,
that's
we
all.
want more hours.
Number
set.
one,
That was one.
I'd like the administrative coordinator's hours to increase to 25 because it's not adequate at
Okay,
19.
what's your second request?
Number two,
Yeah.
because I am being told by board members that I am not to do what my contract says. Not all 5 of you, but some of you. I asked for clarification, am I to do the contract you gave me or am I not? Now, this turned a little bit into sounding like I was complaining about the workload. I am not complaining about the workload. I'm willing to do it. I am doing it.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you is that you cannot both say to me, we gave you a contract that says you're to do a certain thing, and then I go do it, and then board members say to me afterwards, oh, no, we don't want you to do that. And by the way, the reason universally that it's being said to me is because I'm doing a job you're paying me to do, and somebody doesn't like something that I did. So they call one of you with a complaint,
Right.
and then you call me and you chew me out.
Well, we've had a
And
change
so,
in
here I
staff.
am working my
Yeah.
fanny off for you, and I get called and I get chewed out for doing what you told me to do. But because somebody didn't like something I told them. Now, that's dysfunctional, ladies and gentlemen, it's dysfunctional. You cannot both hold somebody responsible. It doesn't matter if it's Kevin Pecos, or it's Denise Dembowski, or it's your future TA, or your police chief, or your fire chief. You cannot say to them, You have this job to do, and it's defined in this document, statute, job description, bylaw, whatever. And then when they do it, and somebody doesn't like something they do, they come to the one of the five of you, and then you second guess what your executive did. You can't do that, because that is dysfunctional, and that is what's happening. And I'm telling you honestly and in candor, that's happening to me constantly, and this is not working. Your department heads at town hall have no idea who's in charge. They have no idea. They don't know whether they call you, they call me. I had a department head meeting today. I made some decisions about some things, and it was kind of a joke, because I said, I made a couple of decisions here. I'm probably gonna get my head chopped off in the morning, because I made a couple of, frankly, fairly minor decisions, but they have the potential that somebody's not gonna like it. And so somebody's gonna call you, and then I'm gonna get a call. So all I'm telling you folks is, when I asked for the clarification, the first question was, what do you want me to do? And if the answer comes back, we want you to do what we told you to do. You have a contract, we want you to do it. Then the next question I was gonna ask you is, how are we gonna handle communication between the employees and you and me? Because if we create the atmosphere where I tell them to do something, they don't like it, they go to you, you take my legs out from under me, that's not gonna work. So we've got to create a better model here. And by the way, I've said to you all along, the single best thing I can do to help you while I'm here is to get ready for that town administrator, that change in government coming sometime next year.
But it may not be coming, so what I want to be clear on is, we want to keep the job the way it is until the town makes a decision. I mean, we have to. This is the townspeople's choice.
Sure.
So I guess what I'm hearing, I've seen this before in our town, when there's a turnover in a significant position, there's some people that are very unhappy because they like the old situation, and so they're not happy, and then there's some people that are very happy because they weren't maybe that happy with the prior situation. So there's maybe a little bit of that going on. And that's just, you just gotta weather the storm a little bit. I would suggest that anybody that's complaining out of hierarchy should go directly to our chairman, and our chairman should direct them to try to go through the hierarchy, and if they're not satisfied with that, then come to before us. Because that's how we did on the school committee. Because we ran into that on the school committee, that, parents were complaining, they wanted to go right to the school committee member, get right out in the floor on TV, blah, blah, blah. And we said, no, you've got to go through your administrator, their administrator, then the superintendent. So if it's an employee in a department, they have to go to their department head, and the department head has to come to you, and if between all that you guys can't resolve it, then you got to write something up and bring it us.
Well, Kathy, I would
That's it.
ask the board the
Fine.
question. In the job description, it says certain people report to the HR director, finance director, hired and fired by the HR director.
Yes,
I give administrative control to those folks. I give them direction
Yep.
in order to get the tax rate set, the bills out on time, the budget done, and everything else.
right.
And when one of those very specific people goes round me to the five of you, what am I to do?
Okay, well, I don't know who that is, because
Well,
wasn't
I don't
in on
want to
that.
get into who.
So
I
maybe it was
don't-
only four.
I
will-
don't want to go down that road, because, as I said earlier to Bill,
No,
when you
it's
start
not-
naming names, it gets messy.
I'll tell you myself
But
personally.
if you trust me,
Yes,
I will tell you it's happening.
okay.
And so I think I have a certain system that I'm being required to observe and to do. And that job description that's very clear says so-and-so reports to you. You hire them, you fire them.
Okay,
And that, some of those people are going round me to members of the
You
board.
can't hire or fire, though. We don't have that in the bylaws.
That's
The
what it
bylaw-
says.
actually, I think it might say that, but
I
we've
thought the
already-
bylaws said that the Board of Selectmen hire and fire. an employee.
I don't know, the
Let me
final.
read it to you. Let
I-
me read
I
it.
think
Duties and responsibilities, and I argued that when we put the job description out, that it was, had to do with,
Just the treasurer and the,
hiring and
account-
firing, it was in the job description.
Yeah, it is.
Let me, please,
I mentioned it at the time, but
Yes.
nobody seemed to be too concerned.
please allow me to read it to you. The finance director, as treasurer, collector, and budget officer of the town, shall be responsible for the supervision of the assistant treasurer, assistant collector, and town accountant, including the hiring, review, evaluation, and/or dismissal thereof,
Yes,
and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
yep,
Of everybody?
No, just
Of
those
those
people.
three.
Just
Oh, those
posi-
three, yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
yeah.
And then there's other language between the bylaw and the contract that says coordinates. There's language that suggests this administrative control that spans
So,
employees that are hired otherwise by the Board of Selectmen.
right, so what I'm hearing is that for the majority of us, we're not capable of doing some of the things that I think I'm capable of doing. I guess that's what I'm understanding, that I'm not thinking this through and that I'm not capable of doing some things. But, and I get the feeling that you don't want to, or maybe you do, you don't want to give up any piece of what that job description is, because you said, this is the job description that I've taken, this is what I've assigned,
Yeah.
and this is what I want to do.
Yes, I'm willing to do it.
But looking back from, again, this is my perspective, looking back the last 5 or 6 weeks, that is too much to do in 19 hours.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Yeah.
Right, so if we look at taking away pieces again, whether we can do it or not, maybe, I thought I read something that, other towns have given that type of role as far as personnel and HR to the police chief, when other town administrators or finance directors have left and there was that gap, the police chief can take on that role. Maybe we ask Jeff if he wants to take that piece on.
Yeah, if there's pieces that you could give to another department head who's got some training in that area, that might be a viable solution, sure. Yeah, that might work.
Okay.
So I like, again, this is just me and I'm only one person, I like liaison and I like asking Jeff if he's assumed something like that. Taking that from Kevin so he can focus on, again, I think what Kathy and I at least are talking about, priority for December, January, February, March. Once we get past that, then we can look at just how things are gonna work and, smooth it out again. But we're in a real kind of pickle here, where we've got 3 or 4 months where there's a lot of junk that needs to get done. And
Well,
again, you gotta leave.
Yeah, I told you, Mike, I had a hard stop unfortunately tonight at 7, and I'm over that. But let me do this for the board, because there's a couple things that are critically important I gotta do with you, and I'll just have to make it work. But I did want to give you some information. So the revenue forecast, right now, I've talked to state reps and senators. I talked to Senator Tarr's office today. I'm still trying to track down our state rep. I was on a conference call with about 30 town managers and MMA fiscal policy analysis last week. What looks like is the consensus is figure a 10% reduction in local aid, not Chapter 70 aid.
Okay,
We'll
just the
probably get
lottery.
level Chapter 70, maybe even a little increase. But unrestricted aid, figure 10% cut there. That's the conventional wisdom coming out. I'm working on getting the revenue forecast pulled together, because on the 21st, I would like to brief you on the revenues. I'd originally thought we could bring the FinCom into, we can't because there's too many people, so I'll have to do 2 separate briefings. But I want to brief you about what it looks like for revenue, because that's going to inform what the budget can look like. And I'm going to ask you a few questions, like, do you want to cut the budget in order to live with these revenue numbers? Are you willing to spend some stabilization of free cash to balance the budget? I could ask you those questions, because that tells me, when you answer them, how you want that budget written. Then I'm going to start writing the budget. Met with the Finance Committee Chair and the Clerk, and I asked them to push the whole budget process off 30 days. They said, okay. They weren't happy, but they understand. We can't write a budget until we know what money we've got. And even once I know that, I don't know, I can't write it without some input, some policy from you good folks, and from the FinCom as well, about what you are willing to see happen.
Mike?
So that necessitated pushing it off 30 days.
How about if you just give us what you think is a good proposal, don't ask us whether we want to cut the budget. We don't want to cut the budget, but tell us how much it's going to take to maintain the budget from free cash or stabilization.
Well,
And then if we want to cut, we'll go at it.
I'll
Denise usually
give
gave us
you,
like a thing.
I'll give you a report on the 21st that I think you'll find very adequate for you to make some decisions.
Okay.
But I want to let you know that the FinCom said okay, otherwise budget hearings would be starting in 3 weeks, which is obviously not possible in this situation.
Okay.
Pending congressional action, you might have heard about it, just started talking today, $900 billion bailout bill. A lot of money in there for municipalities.
Yeah.
Right now, there's a bunch of, the normal stuff in there. And they're trying to get it out, and if it comes out, then there may be good news come January for budget balancing or for more COVID expense. Because remember, all our COVID money runs out on the 30th of this month, in 3
Right,
weeks.
but Senator's office, AJ there said that,
No, that came out of Congress, 2 congressmen's
he
office.
said it looked good for us. I trust him.
The recapitulation sheet to set the tax rate is in, everything's in. I'm waiting for a call from the Department of Revenue to tell me if there's any shortages in any of the forms, any deficiencies. Hopefully I'll hear tomorrow. We'll make whatever corrections we need to make. We're in good shape. On the 21st, you'll have the classification hearing, and you folks will determine, if you're going to have an MRF, minimum residential factor of 1 or not. There'll be no presentation from the assessors. I'll give you the presentation, which will take about 10 seconds. Once you do that, that's the last thing that cranks into the recap, and then we can spit the bills up. The tax bills are in and ready to go. All I need to do is get the rate from the state, put the rate into the computer, and the bills are spit out. So we are in very good shape.
What about the envelope stuffing?
We'll take care of that. I may have to call you.
I'm not joking. I told my wife, and I'll tell my kids, we'll go down to town hall and we'll do it.
The challenge, Mike, and that's very gracious, and thank you, and we may take advantage of it. The challenge is gonna be to how to do it in a COVID environment.
Exactly.
That's the tough part.
Well, I mean, so
It's
my
like-
family can go into a room and just take a bunch and do it right in there, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it may
and then
come to
maybe
that.
somebody else's can do
Yeah.
it, but
We-
we'll do it. We'll help with it.
Now, the important thing I wanted to tell you about, with the assistant treasurer leaving, and I actually put
Oh,
it
you
on.
have somebody for us.
So, here's the plan. The treasurer clerk steps up to the assistant treasurer job and probably increases her hours, okay? Right now, you got 40 and 20 hours. You got a total of 60 hours right now. So we bring that person up, and right now, the assistant treasurer who's leaving is training her, and that's going on very well. Assistant treasurer is willing, the town of West Newbury is very gracious. I had a conversation with Angus, the manager, and the incumbent in the position agreed to give us 3 days a week until the first of the year. That's gonna take huge pressure off us, because we're gonna have 30 hours from the assistant elevated and paid at that higher rate, because she's gonna be doing the job. The current assistant treasurer getting the same rate as she is now, but for 3 days a week, up to 19 hours, put it that way. So we don't have as many hours, but we're in pretty good shape. And what we've already done is made a list of things that will get put off, that are fine, they can get put off. The emphasis is recap sheet gets done, tax rate gets set, tax bills get stuffed and out, budget gets done, and capital budget gets done. So that's where the emphasis is going. I just need a vote from the board to I don't know, I think I need a vote from the board to authorize that. I'm not sure.
Well, we need to, so,
But, even if it isn't necessary, if the board would give your blessing to it, it would be appreciated. So again, it's bringing the current clerk, who's 19 hours a week, up to 30 and paying her the assistant treasurer rate,
not the rate, not the increased rate, the former rate, the rate that was
base
voted
rate,
annual town
the
meeting.
base rate, not with the stipend in it.
Okay, so annual town meeting rate.
Taking the current assistant treasurer, leaving her rate the same, and having her work up to 19 hours a week.
Whoa.
No,
How do we get
19.
them-
She's
how do we
gonna,
find
she's
the
going
money
to
for
West
that?
Newbury ASAP,
I know, but,
next week.
yes, but you just said we're gonna give her salary to the assistant. right?
Yes, there's plenty of money to cover this in the budget, and there's no transfers or anything else needed. This is all in the budget.
Well, we're just, am I not
Because,
tracking this?
because the one that's getting moved up is only gonna work 30 hours a week.
Oh, her salary.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
that's, I'm sorry.
So I've got two salaries to work with.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
I've got two
getting-
thank you,
sorry.
Jason. I've got two salaries to work with. So
Yep, no,
one is
no.
gonna keep getting the one she was getting, but she's going to half-time. And the other one is gonna come up 10 hours and get a higher salary. But there's plenty of money in the budget to handle it.
Yeah, it's
That gets us through issuance of the tax bills, gets the clerk trained on the payroll, it gets everything that's critical managed nicely. until January 1, and in the interim, I'm trying to identify somebody who will come in after January 1 on an interim basis and do the interim treasurer work until such time as I have a conversation with you about what we think needs to be advertised as the permanent person, because remember, what you don't want to do is hire an assistant treasurer and 6 months from now say, oh geez, that's not what we needed. We needed a treasurer because now we don't have a CFO. We got a town administrator. There's a little bit of complexity. So I'm trying to work this thing step by step for you
No, I get that.
so that I don't ask you to make 27 decisions all in one night.
So the rate though to the assistant treasurer that's going to West Newbury is going to also be based on the base rate voted town meeting?
Yeah, it's the
They're
it's
both
the
gonna get
identical
the
rate.
same hourly rate?
Yeah, the assistant treasurer's rate, who's leaving, is the current rate plus the stipend.
But we're not gonna do the stipend, right? We're
You're
gonna
gonna,
do the-
yes, you're gonna keep doing the stipend.
Why?
Because they're doing the work.
They're doing the work that we stipend for taking it from Denise.
But aren't
Nothing-
you getting bonded?
Yes, but
Once he's
I
bonded,
can't-
why would we pay the
I
stipend?
can't physically go up into that office, book the cash every day, check the payroll, check the AP warrant, balance the checkbook, transfer all the cash out of the depository accounts into the payroll accounts, make the investments, do all that, and write a budget for you, get your tax rate set.
Okay, no, I'm
It's
just
a-
trying to, I'm trying to understand the assistant to the assistant treasurer is working how many hours right now?
19.
19. We're moving that person up to 30 hours, and then we're gonna pay at a higher hourly rate our assistant treasurer who's left, who's no longer bonded for us, to come back and do what? She's not bonded here.
I
Yes,
think she
she's
still is,
bonded.
because she's still technically
I mean,
Yeah,
is
her
she
bond
still
is-
bonded here?
Her bond is good until January 1, yes, and I'm
Oh,
being
okay,
bonded
okay.
as well.
That, I was getting concerned about that, okay.
Yes, yes, I'm
So-
sorry, yes.
Okay, that I did not understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
she will be or operating under her bond, not your bond.
I'm not bonded yet.
No, I know. That's what so I'm trying to figure out who's
Yeah.
operating under what bond.
Yeah, operating under a bond is not a legal requirement. The requirement is that you want somebody to be
Well-
bonded, so in case they embezzle, you get the money back.
That's,
It's
exactly
not,
right.
you don't get bonded in order to be able to do certain things. I was your treasurer as of November 1. I was not bonded on November 1. It takes time to get bonded. I'll be bonded probably within a week or two.
Okay,
But in the meantime, I'm not touching money. So there is no opportunity for me to embezzle, because I'm not going anywhere near the checkbooks or the depository accounts or
correct.
anything
But we
else.
can only have one bonded person at a time.
No, you can have as many as you want bonded.
Wow, really? Okay. So where is the status of our?
The
of
people
the-
that are touching the cash,
Mhm.
you want bonded,
Yes,
so that if they embezzle,
yes.
you get remuneration for the fact that they did so.
Okay, so,
It is not a bond to protect the person, it's a bond to protect the town.
Like FDIC.
so now that
yes.
we've lost two financial people, do we have an audit done yet? Is it completed yet? We're-
Do I have a what, I'm sorry?
It just started today. Now, see, Denise promised me that that audit would be done before she left. So we've lost two.
COVID had a delay on that.
That what would be done, I'm sorry?
The audit, we've changed
have
our
no idea
two
what the
key
audit is.
financial
Kevin, I know you gotta
positions.
leave, so
Yeah,
what do
go
you
ahead.
need from us on that? Just to kind of, take a
I
look
get-
at it?
Technically, because of what the job description
Oh.
says, I guess I could do it, but I don't like doing it. I really want the board's blessing. I mean, I'm like the chief, maybe you can do certain things.
Okay, so
I
I'll
like
make
to
a
have the board
motion.
say, yes, that's what we want you to
Okay,
do.
ready? I'm gonna make a motion to increase, what is the job title for the person below the assistant treasurer?
To elevate
She was the clerk.
the treasurer's clerk
Okay, so I'll make a motion to elevate the treasurer's clerk to the position of assistant treasurer at 30 hours a week,
and to pay her the
and to
rate
pay her
that's,
the rate that was voted at annual town meeting.
$27.05.
thank you.
Okay,
And
and
you probably
then,
want to mention her name, Michelle Began.
Michelle Beacon, sorry. I haven't even think I met her since the COVID.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
And that's actually all you have to do, because the current assistant treasurer is gonna stay in that role for 19 hours a week. She's already appointed, she's already bonded, she's already being paid.
So we
So
don't need
that's
to
not
vote that.
changing. She's just dropping from 40 to 19.
Okay,
So she's gonna start in West Newbury and start her hours there and still give us 19.
okay,
And that's been very graciously agreed to by her,
okay.
and by Angus in West Newbury, the manager.
Okay, so I made the motion, he seconded.
Motion and a second, any further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Go ahead, we'll continue the rest of this stuff.
And I really apologize that I.
No,
have
no,
to
no, it's
go.
fine. No, I
I'm
understand.
sorry.
What
Oh,
do we do with the increased
the-
hours for the administrative coordinator?
We didn't do anything with it yet.
Excuse me,
We
when,
didn't make a motion. on
Yes.
that.
these
Ed,
are
do
the
you wanna make a
contracts,
motion?
Hold on.
these are the Teamsters contracts, 4 copies of each, signed by the Teamsters. I am told that you already agreed to these, so they just need your signatures, it doesn't need a motion. But there's 4 each contracts, total of 8, and there's 5 signature lines on each of the 4, all 5 of you need to sign. And then I'll get them Wednesday when I'm in, and get them out where they gotta go, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So,
Hold on.
oh, okay. I thought Ed was gonna make a
I
motion.
just step out for a minute.
All right.
These are the one-year contracts we negotiated, right?
Yep,
Yes.
You wanna step out? Hey, Brad, can you pause for a minute, please?
fine, all right.
on. Okay. Sorry about that, we had to take a bathroom break. So going back to a couple of things that we didn't really finalize. Based on the discussion, it was a lengthy discussion on job duties and clarification of roles. We were talking about the possibility of liaisons, us as a board, individual members taking on certain roles to alleviate that. So again, we can focus on the priority of things that need to be done in the next 2 or 3 months. Kathy, what were you trying to say? I'm sorry, I cut you off so we can go back on TV.
Right. No, I think, why don't we do, in order, like, we didn't do the, coordinator hours, and then do liaisons, and then do the personnel. If we could just kind of start chopping things off, if that's.
So the coordinator hours, I don't know that we actually can vote on that because Kevin just kind of gave us an idea of what he was thinking, not any hardcore facts about why that number is that number.
Right, but I mean, we got the authority, we can, as an hourly paid person, you can vote more hours, we're just gonna have to realize that at some point, there'd have to be a special town meeting to transfer funds, else or else we won't be able to pay her for the rest of throughout the whole year. That's how that would work. Cause it's an hourly employee, you can vote more hours.
Right, but I'm not prepared to vote more hours at this point because I don't know what those hours are going to entail.
So you wanna wait till
And
next
I
meeting?
think the current hours should be reallocated and refocused on specific duties, like I said, that aren't doubled up on the days that Kevin is actually in the office. I don't think that's an efficient use of time. That's my perception. I mean, I'm making my own schedule. Like I said, I have a full-time job.
Yeah,
I make my own agenda, I make my own calendar, I do my own emails, I do all the administrative stuff that goes
Well,
along
yeah.
with my job. And I do this Board of Selectmen job, which has been exceptionally large this year. And I'm doing several other things. So, I mean, if I can do 3, 4, 5 jobs and manage it all myself, 19 hours should be able to be handled by a person who has the experience to manage the finance piece for a town.
okay, is that the consensus of the whole board? I think Ed would,
Ed?
If you read a paragraph here, what is it, like 7th paragraph down, moreover, at this time of the year, with the tax rate process pending, tax bills to be prepared and mailed, the capital and operating budgets to be prepared, annual license renewals, etc. It is not possible for me to complete the duties of the finance director without the support of the administrative coordinator. He's asking her to do some of the clerical functions and for an additional, 6 hours a week. And I'm prepared to make a motion that we increase Caitlin's hours from 19 to 25 hours a week,
Okay.
so that she can basically assist the finance director or back them up with some of the responsibilities. So I'll make the motion that we increase our hours to 25 a week.
There's a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, further discussion?
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to say is, even if the town chooses to go with a finance director versus a town administrator,
you're gonna need the.
you're still gonna need it.
Yeah,
It's not gonna change.
that's, my only concern is the benefits aren't budgeted for at this point. But again, all of this can be addressed at a special town meeting preceding the annual town meeting.
Bill?
Yeah, I guess, I know what the monetary amount is as far as salary. I don't know what the cost is as far as, that becomes a benefit eligible
The
position at
benefit
that
is
point,
like-
right?
Yeah. Denise told us that one time, like.
Yeah, what's the cost? What's the
That's the big concern.
added cost to these hours that we know about? I don't know.
Well, it's not a full year of benefits, so that helps a little bit. It's a half year.
Well, I guess what we're missing is that, I'm not saying that those things that Ed rattled off aren't a necessity or need to happen. I'm saying with the current amount of hours, we can focus that need without increasing hours. I think if we refocus the specifics of what that job should be doing and where it should be focused, we can still do that in the 19 hours without increasing it.
Here's what I'm thinking, I'm kind of listening to what Jason was saying, that we're gonna need this coordinator position, no matter which way we go, whether or not, the interim stays for the whole period, or we find, we do something else. We're gonna need the coordinator position hours, no matter what. I think there's been some confusion in how, the coordinator determines what the coordinator has to do every day. I think there's a little confusion there, because the coordinator, the administrative assistant, never reported to the financial director. And I just think that needs to be clear, that the assistant coordinator does not report to the financial director, reports to the Board of Selectmen.
Can I just say something?
Sure, 'cause you're the-
When
you're the-
Denise was here, I was supposed to report to Denise.
Yeah, but I don't think that's in your job description, is it?
I agree with you, but
Yeah.
that's how it was explained
Okay,
to
but-
me, and that's how Caitlin.
I guess I
always
assumed that was just for
explained it to me,
training
so-
purposes, but I kind of feel like we set the marching orders, right, for what we want done.
I thought we did.
You're now trained in what you're doing. You know a lot more now than you did. Even how many months has it been now?
3.
3. So I mean, in 3 months, I think you've had a firestorm of training because of everything that's gone on here. And you're just gonna learn a lot more as you go. And so I'd rather there be a collaborative relationship. I don't have any problem with you collaborating and assisting. I just don't want you to feel that you sit there and wait to be told what to do by the financial director.
Oh, no.
Because I think, and I think if there seems to be confusion, that we should straighten that out, that's all.
Did you want to add something?
I just want to add to Jason's point, I don't know if it's necessarily a foregone conclusion that when we get to this, a finance director, a town administrator, we will need that position, only because we hadn't had it in 3 years, and we hadn't missed it. So I don't know if it's a given that we will absolutely need that position. Just considering the experience of the last 3 years, we haven't had one and haven't really noticed we didn't have one, we didn't miss it,
On.
right?
Well, you wanna
It may turn out that way, I just don't know.
Right,
I don't know
and-
if it's
and
a
I-
given, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I completely understand. The only reason why I take it as a given is because I know Denise took on that role, and I know that with the amount of work that she put in and how she worked, I don't think you're gonna find somebody that's gonna be capable of doing it, along with everything else.
And I don't disagree that we might need that. I just don't agree that we need to address it today. And I think, again, based on the hours and the job that it was originally put out there for, that we can refocus the hours and the need under the current 19 hours without increasing it, without having to go benefits eligible, without increasing that cost, and really redefine exactly what the priorities are, again, like we're trying to do with the interim finance role, instead of increasing hours. But, I mean, I'm only one person. That is my viewpoint on how we should proceed before we start increasing hours at a whim.
Well, it's not at a whim. It's on a recommendation from the person we hired as interim. So, I mean, I guess I think both points are valid at this point. What I will point out, Bill, I don't know if you remember, but when we laid out and we finally got into all the duties that Denise was doing, we realized that we were paying a rather high hourly rate for duties that should have been paid at a lower hourly rate. And we saw that when we compared those duties to what other towns had, and they had an administrative coordinator position doing those, because it's more cost-effective to have those duties done at the lower pay rate. So I guess what I'm looking at is, no matter which way we go as a town, I wouldn't want to pay, $60 an hour for some of the things that were in Denise's job description, because it's you
Well-
can hire lower for that, you know what I mean?
You're looking at it wrong, though. She was a salaried employee.
Okay, but she was also,
No, she's a salaried employee, so whether she worked 20 hours a week or 100 hours a week.
okay,
That's just,
yeah.
I mean, I'm a salaried
I
employee.
know,
If
but
I
I'm
work
just-
20 hours a week, or I work 100 hours a week, I get
Okay.
paid the same thing.
But I mean, so there's two things. I mean, I just think, you also don't put those kind of duties into the head officer job. You just don't. You don't put, there's one thing to do your own emails, I believe. I set my own schedule. Most people don't have secretaries anymore. You do your own email, you return your own phone
You
calls.
set your own calendar.
You set your own calendar, you just do it all, get it done. Fine. So, this is not a secretarial position, it's an assistant coordinator position.
Right.
Right. And I don't have any problem with putting a few more hours in it if it creates a smoother transition for the
So I would go the
interim
opposite and say, that's gonna free up more hours to refocus the original 19. Right? Is that a wrong way to assume that?
You're looking at the Kaizen approach, huh?
I'm looking at a logical approach.
Well, being salary or not, if things start getting piled onto you that you don't think you should be doing, you're gonna change jobs. You've already said you change jobs when you need to. If I've worked here, yeah, I'll change the job if I need to. So what constitutes that need? What brings up that need? Doing a lot of unnecessary stuff that you don't feel that you should be paid to do because you're not being paid to do because you're doing it when you're not being paid.
Right, which goes back to the refocusing of things that should be paid for, not things
And the
that some.
coordination in terms of just the sheer knowledge that goes back and forth between Catherine and Kevin, I don't have any of that knowledge. Do you have any of that knowledge?
I have some of it.
You've been here longer. But I don't know, you sit here and say that you don't have a lot of knowledge, you don't know anything.
Well, I mean, that's kind of tongue in cheek.
Yes. But,
I've
I
been.
mean, I understand on the HR, we have a lot of experience between all of us. I mean, I've certainly done my fair share of interviews and hiring and firing, but that's also in the private world, and there's a whole other set of rules that apply here in this public municipality type
Yes.
rules. So I think.
But if on that topic, if you're looking at that realm, does all of that need to go onto that position initially? Or can we take on some of that and then figure out if it has to go through that route? You know what I mean? So instead of having that noise being pulled in 27 directions,
Yeah, but I think in terms of the noise that you're thinking about when you talk about HR, because you talk about it not being much, isn't this type of stuff that's being funneled through Kevin.
right,
So I think a lot of what he's doing is gonna end up just going back through him, and it's gonna take a lot more time to get to him because it has to come through one of us first.
I don't know if I agree with that.
And now we're talking about HR. What about, though,
Yeah, you're right.
we get back to the thing, and we went through this a lot when I was on the financial board with a position in the health department. And it is illegal to have them work more hours than you're paying them if it's an hourly rate. And be honest, are you working more than 19 hours a week most weeks?
Yes.
I think we gotta increase the hours to something more than 19 then.
Well, I'm not
Sorry.
saying that that's not wrong. That is actually
think
absolutely a statute.
Maybe you don't wanna do the 25, compromise at 22. I just think
I'm
we've
not-
gotta
no.
compensate for hours
I'm not saying
worked.
that that's not a statute that we have to follow. I'm not saying that that's a law that we can ignore. I'm saying that the 19 hours that are currently allocated to that role are not focused on the things that need to be focused on for that role. I think a lot of that is being pulled as an executive assistant role, not a coordinator role. So I think reallocating and refocusing those job duties and descriptions will be benefited under 19 hours, not increasing them to 22 or 25 hours. That's my perception.
But that assumes that, then you're assuming that the whole problem is a redirection of the hours and that it's not, that the hours are are not high enough for the tasks.
Yes.
See, I understand your concern, but I think that concern is different from my concern, which is I honestly think that probably there is more work to be done than 19 hours a week. Flat out, especially with all the changes in personnel right now. And we've got somebody who's got at least 3 months under their belt. That makes her almost senior at this point, the way things are going.
Bill?
I think the 6 hours was just a trial balloon. I don't think I believe Kevin sees a justification for more hours, but I don't know if he realizes or if he understands exactly yet how many hours that is. Because as he says, he hasn't done a full audit of exactly what Catherine does on a day-to-day basis, on a week-to-week basis. So he can basically sit down with that list and say, this is something you probably shouldn't have to do. This is something maybe you need to add. Until we get that understanding, in my opinion, I don't know if we move forward on this, because I don't know if it's been justified enough, even by his own words, that he's still conducting, an additional, what was it? Job description, audit, what was that?
I know, I don't want to have him do any more, I don't want a job description
A
audit.
formal job audit.
Right, I don't really want that from him.
I don't want that
I
either.
prefer, sorry to put Catherine on the spot right now, apologize in advance for what I'm going to say. I'd prefer if the board needs more information, that we ask her to track for us what's going on, on the hours that she's working, and just give us a general overview. I mean, I trust
She's already
every-
begun to do that for Kevin, that's what I'm saying. He just hasn't finalized the results of that audit. So maybe we wait 2 more weeks
But why
so he
is-
can finish his audit, then he can come to us and say, okay, these are the things that absolutely has to be performed by that duty. And
Right.
these are the hours it's gonna take to perform that, and then we can more
But
accurately
you
and
want
more.
Kevin to do the audit, I'm asking the coordinator to do it.
I think she already wrote it, he's just re-evaluating it.
Oh,
I'm keeping track.
She's
okay, that I didn't.
she's already started the.
Oh, okay. So we're just gonna wait for the information to be finalized at our next meeting?
I think it's only gonna take him another 2 weeks before he has a month of data under his belt
Okay.
that he can analyze and say, this should take an hour, this should take 5, this is gonna take you 7 hours, this should only take you a half hour. Add it up and then come to us and say, based on my best estimations, everything she has here on her plate, it's going to take X amount of hours. She's only working Y, the difference is Z, can we make up that difference?
All right, well, if you want, motion to table.
Well, we have a motion on the floor that we're discussing, so we'd have
Yeah.
to take that to, we'd have
Motion
to
to
take,
table, though, takes precedence if someone seconds
we'd have to
it.
take a vote, I'm not gonna do that.
No, you don't,
It was already seconded.
because I don't want to vote this down, so I'd rather table.
We can take a, well,
Yeah, I'm either gonna vote it through or table it.
hold on, so we have a motion, we have a second, we have discussion. Normally, we would vote on if that motion passes.
Unless I make a motion to table and someone seconds it,
Unless
which
you withdraw your motion.
it does not have to be withdrawn, it hasn't been seconded yet. Well,
It was seconded.
It was,
oh, my first motion,
I
Yes.
made the motion, and Jason seconded it.
yes, he made the
Oh,
motion.
that, my bad.
That's what I mean, you're looking at the wrong
Right,
person.
so now we either have to,
Withdraw that, or,
The only other thing I'd like to say is, prior to Kevin starting, Catherine was already exceeding the 19 hours.
it was.
Because that's the first thing he said when he came in.
Well, that was with Denise
Before you
only
even
being,
started.
only being here on Fridays, though. There was nobody here Monday through Thursday. Denise was only coming on Fridays. So that's a natural, logical reason that she worked more than 19 during that time, because Denise was only here Friday for 5 hours,
But
6
Denise-
hours.
Denise even then wasn't taking any calls or anything, so.
Mhm.
She wasn't doing any of the clerical stuff that she had taken on.
No,
Right.
she had to give it up to focus strictly on
Right.
the most important priorities and needs of the town.
And so those are the clerical things that Catherine had taken on. So whether Denise was here only on Fridays or more, it'd really be the same with Kevin here or not. So I think the hours are justified. And I think when he comes back in 2 weeks, then we'll have a much clearer idea of what the hours are gonna look like. But I can't imagine it's gonna be any less.
Any less than 25?
Yeah.
Perhaps more, too, perhaps more.
So we were at a motion, a second discussion. You're saying that if you have a motion to table and seconded, that takes precedence? I have no idea.
If I say motion to table, all it needs is a second, and then nothing else can happen until that vote happens.
Well, I can't second it. It'd have to be one of the other three. No?
Well, let me ask Selectman Watson, would you be willing to withdraw your
No,
motion?
take an up or down vote on it.
Okay, then,
I made the motion, it was seconded, and I think it deserves an up or down vote.
Yeah, I think if we down,
It was articulated here, the reasons why, and granted, you'll find out exactly how many hours, but right now, we're saying 25 to do the job that needs to be done, and I support his recommendation.
so we can vote, and if it doesn't, if it passes, great. If it doesn't pass, then we can put it on the agenda for next week and have a recap of it.
well, then I'll second Ms. Catronellis's motion to table. This way, we do it once, hopefully. We get it right once. We don't come back and keep going with over and over, 2 more hours, 2 more hours, 2 more hours.
Okay, so now we have a second on the motion to table. Do we have to vote on that, or is that just, all right, so we're gonna vote on the motion to table. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right. So we'll table to next meeting on the 21st.
In the hopes that he has a much more concrete number, maybe it comes out to 28.
The motion was tabled, there is no discussion on it once it's tabled.
Yeah, we have to wait.
So moving on to the duties of the interim finance director, which was kind of part of that.
Still on the agenda.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So I think that those need to be clarified still, and we need to have some kind of outline as to what the focus needs to be and what we can move around, so it's not landing on his plate or that office, so that the things that we need to get done, like I've said 4 or 5 times tonight, in the next 3 or 4 months, get done. So, does anybody have a suggestion that they want to talk about, or do you want me to keep talking?
Well, as you know, in both in private industry and in the municipalities, an HR position is a very specialized training. And we want to make sure that anybody that we put in that position that has the specialized training to do that particular job. And I don't know what the specialized training is, but maybe we could get that from Kevin, maybe Caitlin, but she probably doesn't have the time for that.
That's Catherine.
I'm sorry, Catherine. What did I say?
Caitlin.
Oh, all right, well,
Sorry. So, I agree, that is probably someone that needs to have experience doing that. As I mentioned, and I read somewhere during my free time, that some of the surrounding towns had appointed the police chief that role because they have that training, because they have that experience. And to fill that gap, the boards have appointed that person to be in that role, which I could ask Jeff that. I don't know what he would say, but I would think that he would step up and be happy to take on that role when there's not a lot that I think is gonna entail with that. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
I think it makes good sense. It's an impartial, he's outside the people that you're talking about aren't the union people, it's the non-union people that need the personnel director's
Yeah,
attention.
because union's done by the,
Yeah, so
collective
where
bargaining.
where his whole department's union, that means it's not his people he's gonna be dealing with, it's others, so that's maybe a good place, you know. Separation of,
I like that,
buildings.
I like that it's already been precedent with other boards in surrounding towns that have done that,
Okay,
as a solution, at least to alleviate some of that stuff floating around that office. So,
yeah, I think it's worth looking into.
anybody else have any thoughts? Jason?
No, I think that's a viable answer to the situation, as long as the outcome is what we really desire. And that's to protect some of our valuable employees that we have.
Yes.
So, and I think as long as we're addressing that issue, then I think it's great.
Bill?
Yeah, I mean, I know that the colleges give degrees in human resources, bachelor's, master's, and whatever. I'm not aware of any specialized certificates or degrees in the HR, and as I look over his resume, I don't see anything specific to those.
Yes, there are HR degrees. There are, I don't know if he has them, but there are HR degrees. There are.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Masters in HR.
Absolutely, in human resources, but I don't know of any specialized certificates or training beyond those
Oh, no, it's
degrees.
his experience, right.
And as I look through his resume, I don't see any indication where he has any of those certificates or degrees in human resource, so I don't know if we're, other than experience, which a lot of us have, I don't know if he has any formalized training or education or certification in HR management beyond just the experience that, most of us would have, like, would.
So is it the wish of the board that I ask Jeff and have this conversation with him?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think Jeff, Chief Gillen is, he's a known quantity to all the people that work here, that have worked here for a while. So I think that there'll be a degree of trust in going to him if they think they're having trouble. And the people that are newer, I just know from my own personal experience, he assisted my family tremendously about 8 years ago, and there's not a more compassionate, fair-minded, professional individual that I would want to give those duties to. And I guess in hindsight, we probably should have separated it. When we
Yeah,
hired
and that's
him.
what this is,
You
it's
know
a
what I mean?
hindsight review of
We're-
2020, what
that's what's,
happened,
you
right?
know,
Postmortem.
You didn't see it coming till it hits you in the face, and
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
causing some ripples, and so let's take away the ripples and put, if he's willing, that would be a good choice. I don't know that there's any other department head, though, that I would feel,
I
that
think that would be,
strongly
if
about.
he agrees to it, I think it'd be an excellent option, but I'm asking the board, if the board wants me to have that conversation.
I vote, would you want a motion, or?
No, I would
Okay,
take a roll call.
consensus,
Yeah.
yes.
Bill,
I'm in agreement.
Jason,
Yes.
Ed?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll have that conversation with Jeff tomorrow, and then I'll report back.
Okay, thanks.
All right, is there anything else that we want to address with clarification of roles for that position?
No.
I think I'm pretty focused on just finance, right? So if we take care of this kind of HR oversight, that should alleviate some of the noise from him, which is great.
Yep.
I don't think it's gonna add a whole lot to Jeff, which I think he's a team player and he'll take on. Bill?
Knowing that it's short term.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the contract, and I think I know where we went wrong. I mean, in the interim finance director shall perform the duties as set forth by the town bylaws.
Oh,
And I think
yeah.
he grabbed the job description according to the bylaws, even though the very next sentence says, the attached job description and duties, and they're very specific. So I think part of it is our fault.
Oh, certainly.
And when I look at this, man, my attention to detail, I apologize. I should have looked at that and said, no, that's really way beyond what we're contracting for. So I think that becomes a disconnect. He looked at that one line, grabbed the town's bylaws, grabbed Denise's job description and said, this is what they hired me for, and kind of negated the second page where it's pretty specific. And other than that personnel head of HR, I think everything there follows.
Can you read that off, please?
Yes, So, the interim finance director shall perform the duties as set forth by the town's bylaws, any other applicable general or special law of the Commonwealth. The attached job description and such duties as the board shall from time to time legally assign to him. 1, personnel head of HR. 2, capital improvement. 3, budget warrants. 4, town meeting. 5, COVID reporting. 6, contract negotiations. 7, bonded treasurer collector. And 8, investment manager.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, but if you look at the job description that Denise had, it's so much more.
Well,
Right.
because
And if
it's
you
a,
ran with that,
yeah,
then
yeah,
I can see now where we're just heading down 2 different streets.
right,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why thought it was important that we had this discussion, because, as you say, hindsight's 20/20, and to make sure that, there is that disconnect. And a lot of it has to do with us, obviously, because we're trying to backfill all these roles and positions and duties.
Exactly, and the other, in section 4, the interim finance directors shall work no more than 19 hours per week, and considering what he has on his plate, 19 hours isn't a lot if it's, that 7 items here,
yeah.
that's all 19 hours. I don't know if there's any room for anything additional in those 19 hours to get done. That's quite a task right there.
It is.
Anybody over here want to make any points to that? Ed?
No, I'm not gonna respond to that.
Jason?
No.
I think Kevin did a really good job, though, of setting up this transition on the treasurer position.
Oh, I think Kevin's really phenomenal at the job.
Yes,
There's no question about it.
yep,
It's just a matter of trying to pull back what we expect out of him, because he's doing far more than he should be.
I agree,
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
But he's absolutely got the experience and the knowledge, and he's done a phenomenal job with what he's done.
Mhm.
No question about it.
Okay. So I think we're finally done with those. I'll talk to Jeff tomorrow. I'll report back to the board either
Can I just ask a question? If-
through Catherine or at the next board meeting. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. If the police chief's gonna take over HR, does that mean he's gonna hire the new treasurer?
No, he would still, no, the financial director, interim or otherwise, is in charge of his staff, his or her staff. That's not what,
So that would
Yeah,
still
that's not
fall-
changing. That
Yeah.
won't change,
That's
because
not
that's
falling
finance.
under
It's all
HR.
Okay,
finance
I just
department.
didn't know
Yeah.
if you guys need to,
no, because, yeah,
okay.
the personnel is like for the non-union people, if there's a personnel
Okay.
issue, it's that kind of thing.
The other thing that came up, do we want to look at those liaisons and who will be point people for those? Or do we want to see the Jeff thing work out?
Well, I think we should divide up some liaisons maybe by the next meeting and just do it. I think it's a good, I feel like I should be doing more than just showing up. I do more, but I'm kind of going zigzagging around. I wouldn't mind, learning about another department and liaisons can check in with them every once in a while, even if they don't get a call, right? See what's going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just need to define liaison to be specific to a board member so that they're not telling this department what to do. We should not be
Right.
involved in the day-to-day
No,
running
I
our
don't
men-
want to be involved in
No.
the day-to-day.
Well, that's what I'm saying, so we should
All
make
it is
that,
a conduit to the board.
yeah, but
That's-
we should make that clear
Yeah.
in this when we define it, so that future board members don't think they're in charge of a department.
Right, but I
know,
mean, some of the things
right.
that
Yeah,
we've done over the last year and a half, we've asked certain people to inform the board of whatever they've been doing and what the results are of that.
correct,
So
yeah,
that's been happening, but it kind of circumvents that hierarchy that was predisposed as to what's supposed to be happening.
mhm,
So some of those things that happened a year and a half ago where we were just kind of like, yeah, come on in and tell us about it, maybe ruffle some feathers that could have been addressed a little bit better when we were
Right.
trying to iron this out. So,
no, I like the idea of taking like the public safety sector and putting that with one board member and public works, you know what I mean?
yeah.
And doing it like that, it makes a little more sense.
So, all right,
You
so
know.
to put these to bed, let's have at the next meeting, if everyone could just put up a list of maybe 3 or 4 departments that they might want to be interested in to being those liaisons. We can kind of hammer those out, make sure
Yeah.
everyone's aware of them. and
Good.
then kind of go from there, but I think that's pretty self-explanatory because of the things we're involved in anyways. All right, clarification of town hall access and keys. I'm actually think we should push that until the next meeting, because
I have no idea what that is.
I think
so,
Kevin needs to be here for that, because that was part of his discussion.
Okay,
Um,
we already voted on the appointment.
yeah, let me go through, so we have some resignations. Let's do the resignations and get those out of the way, so we have the resignations of Kathleen Franson from the Zoning Board of Appeals effective 12/7/20.
I'll make a motion to accept the resignation of Kathleen Franson from the Zoning Board of Appeals effective 12/7/2020, and I thank her for her service to the town.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on that? I would echo that, what Kathy said. She was awesome on that board. I was actually emailing her when she sent that over, that I was disappointed that she was leaving, but she's moving out of town.
I saw that.
You know, but she was really good on that board. She knew her stuff. So that's gonna be some big shoes to fill. So, all right, all those in favor? Next up, we have the resignation of Caitlin Gilbert, Assistant Treasurer Collector, as of 12/11/20.
I'll make a motion to accept the resignation of Caitlin Gilbert, Assistant Treasurer Collector, as of 12/11/2020, and wish her well in her new job.
Motion, is there a second?
Second it.
All right, I will echo that as well. She did an outstanding job. Another person who really knew her role, did a really good job. Wish her nothing but luck in her new endeavor and promotion, so good for her. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All opposed? You don't want to accept the resignation? If I had a choice, I wouldn't
There's
either.
always one person.
Yeah, if I had a choice, I wouldn't either, but I think
Just
that's
one set of the
done.
minutes.
Next up, we have resignation of Rosemary Darcy, DC? DC as the conservation agent effective 11/19/20.
Make a motion to accept the resignation of Rosemary DC as the Conservation Agent effective 11/19/2020. And I forget what the reason was. Did she?
It's in here. I think she just wanted to move on to different things.
Okay, well, thank her for her service. Certainly appreciated.
I'll second that.
Motion a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All right, so we'll go back to Kathy's topic, information regarding rotating of the BOS chair.
8:10 PM, good time for that. I don't mind if you want to take this under consideration. I'll just point out that, you know, I think it's pretty obvious when you read through it. I'm trying to find it. God knows where it is in this packet.
On page 22.
Page 22, thank you.
You're welcome.
This packet is 70 pages long or something. It's out of control.
Mine's 82, 83.
Yeah, oh, 83, whatever. So it's just, I came up with the idea that I was one of the people on the committee that pushed hard for this board to become a 5-member board. I felt strongly that 5 members would represent the diversity in the town better, and I also felt strongly that keeping it at 3 members would consistently put us in a position of violating open meeting law whenever 2 members had a conversation. So under the 3-member board, we always rotated the chair to the person in there last year. And there was never any real discussion about it. Didn't matter whether you were popular with the other 2 or not. It was your turn and the town had voted you in, so you were given that position. On the Pawtucket School Committee, the position of chair is rotated between the 3 towns. So then the 3 members on the town whose turn it is it 3 members, whatever, they kind of decide amongst themselves which one of them wants to serve as chair, but there is a rotation on that. So like the most significant and most visible boards tend to rotate the chair and tend to have a system for rotating it. So I realized that I didn't think of that, and neither did anyone on the committee when we bumped up to 5. We just never thought about, well, what about rotating the chair? So I reached out and found out that there are different ways to do it, and one of the ways to do it would be to rotate it so that the chair is offered to the person, let me think how it works, who is next up to be reelected, right? So it'll be their last year of their term. And if there's two people who are up for reelection, which would definitely happen, that it is first offered to the person who has not most recently served as chair. So let's say Bill and I were both up for reelection, and Bill had been chair just the prior year before or something like that, or the last time he was reelected, but I hadn't. It would first be offered to me. Now I could decline it if I don't want to be chair. You don't have to be chair, but at least the offer would be made so that people can see that everybody that they voted for on the board has the opportunity to serve as chair. And, you know, there's ways, we can remove a chair at any point, at any time, for any reason, if the board feels strongly that someone is misbehaving. But I would like to think that anybody that's sticks their neck out and runs for the Board of Selectmen, because you do stick your neck out, you know, you have to go out there and see if people will vote you in. I don't think they're gonna abuse the privilege of chair. I think it'll give different people different opportunities to be chair, and it would be good for the board. That's all. So if you want to just take it under consideration, read it over. If you have some other ideas about how, I'm just looking for a way that rotates it without a lot of back and forth.
Well,
That's
that's done
all.
every election year. It's done every,
Yeah, but rotating it amongst the 5 members so again, under the 3-member board, it was just automatically offered to, well, the person would just be nominated, whoever's was in their last year,
right?
okay?
But-
It didn't matter if the other 2 people liked them or not, that didn't matter. Didn't matter if they were the best board member on the board, it just was, that was the tradition, and that was sort of a respectful way to rotate the chair, because it acknowledges that this is a high-profile board, and each and every person here is duly elected by the people of this town. So the voters felt strongly enough to elect each member here. We all bring something to the table. We have different points of view. And we don't always agree, which is what I wanted with 5 members. And I just feel like this piece was missing. So I'm
Well,
okay with taking it under consideration or
yeah,
whatever.
I'll add some insight to that. So, I'm not trying to hold on to the chair. The board can reorganize the chair at any time, at any point, at any meeting, as long as they're recognized to talk. They can make a motion to roll call to elect a chair and a vice chair. It doesn't have to be once a year. It could be as often as anybody wants to make that motion. It doesn't have to be written in any kind of document or memorandum. What it looks like from that overview that you sent is that, as you said, you want everyone to have a chance to be chair.
If they serve enough terms.
What's that?
If they serve enough terms, not necessarily in the
Right, right.
first term.
But from
Yeah.
my perspective, and the first time that I was chair, there was a lot that happened with one of the storms, and there was power out. And there were some decisions that needed to be made, and it needed to be kind of a collaboration with the first responders, the police department, and people in town hall, and the warming station. There was a lot to do, right? This time, when I'm chair again, there's even more to do, right? This COVID thing, we had some turnover, there's a lot of things that need to be juggled. And I don't think that having the role as it's your turn is the appropriate way to elevate someone to a role of leader on a leadership board. I think that is more of a everybody gets a trophy type of scenario. And if you look in like a private sector, there's no one on the dock of Amazon that's gonna get a chance to be CEO of Amazon, right, because it's their turn. I think that in order to be chair, you have to prove that, 1, that you're a leader, 2, that you've taken on more than just the bare minimum, and you've taken on an exceptional amount of work in order to prove that you can do it, and you're competent enough to do it, and the board elevates the person, whether or not they agree with them politically or emotionally or physically, they elevate that person to say, we think you should be the chair because you've proven to do X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
That's my
Right.
opinion. Now, I've done a lot of years in business. I've been on this board for 6 years. I think that the process that's in place, reorganizing the board every year, has worked. I don't know that we have to adopt this memorandum that you want to put forth, or you want us to consider. That's fine, we can consider it, but I don't know that it has to be that documented and written out, and if this, then that. I think it's just every year you vote to reorganize, and over the course of that year, you prove that you've done A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and you say, hey, I should be elevated to this
Okay, and
position.
let me just address, this is just for you to think about, because I don't feel like we're ready to vote on this tonight. I would prefer we don't vote on it tonight. Consider the difference between the private sector and the public sector and serving on a board, and the eloquence of the parliamentary procedure and the civility that is built into the rotation of chair within boards. And every board around us rotates the chair, as far as I know. And it's not everybody gets a trophy. It is certainly not that, because every.
Actually, that elevating the chair, that rotation of the chair has just been new, because for the longest time, the person who was chair had been chair for decades.
I don't know what you're talking about. Our board, the boards of selectmen in all towns.
No, I'm talking about the other board, not the Board of Selectmen,
Okay,
other boards.
that's it, but this is a very high-profile board, as is the school committee, and that's why this kind of civil, parliamentary type of rotation lends a air of civility and cooperation within the board. And I don't think it's a matter that you have to prove anything, because the voters have already chosen you. They voted for you, they voted for you, they voted for you, they voted for you. You have already proven that you have what it takes to be a leader, because you ran for the Board of Selectmen in this town and you won. You've proven that. It's not easy to put your neck out there. I've lost elections. It's not fun. Okay, so when you put yourself out there and you ask the voters of this town, will you please vote for me? Do you trust me? Do you want me to be on the Board of Selectmen? When they say yes, they are choosing a leader. They're not choosing just anybody. I mean, if it was like that, we could just draw names out of the hat for the Board of Selectmen. That's not what it is. This board is a high-profile board, and you have to stick your neck out and run for election. And so I think once you have won that election, you have won the right to serve as chairman if you so choose. And it should be rotated. And there should be, maybe it doesn't have to be as complicated as this, if then that though, but there should be a guiding document, because it should not be about who thinks who is better for the town, because we are all good for this town. That's why we're on the board. We got voted in because the voters think that we are good for the town, and I have heard compliments about each and every member of this board from people in this town. I've heard criticisms too, but I mean, you all have your supporters out there that think you're doing a good job, and they vote you in and they like you. And for that reason, I feel that as a member of the board, that the committee that brought forward the idea of 5 members, I think perhaps it was an oversight not to include some direction as to how the chair could be rotated in a manner that befits this important board and makes us look.
So you're not asking for a vote tonight on this?
No, I'm not. I want you to think about it, because I know it's a change up from what happened when we went to 5 members.
Okay, anybody else have any comments on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to, Joe said something that struck me as unique. And if somebody is put in the position where he is the chair, they may elevate to that next level. Where if it's not a rotated position, then they might not ever have that opportunity. And because if they don't elevate to that next level, they can always be removed. I think it should be a viable option
What part should be a viable option?
to rotate the chair.
We do rotate the chair.
But with the,
Oh, you vote
Without a
on
popularity
who's
vote.
there.
I'm sorry, what?
You rotate the chair. You vote for who's gonna be the chair. You nominate it, you vote it
Yeah.
every year. But rotating it so everybody gets an opportunity would give somebody that may not have those leadership skills and may not be perceived as having those leadership skills, an opportunity to be in that position where they can step up to the next level, where they might not have that opportunity. there's a lot of times when you put somebody in a position, they either rise or they fail. And if they don't make it, then they can always be removed. So you still have that option. It's not like you're gonna have to have somebody that you're gonna have to carry the entire time that the chair. So I think it's something that should be considered.
Ed, anything?
Nothing.
Bill?
I guess, you know, just on the 50,000-foot level, I see a couple of different things. School committee, 3 towns, 3 members each town. It makes sense to rotate the chair from town to town. 3-member board, 3-year, you're elected 3 years at a time. The math works out great where everybody serves 1 year. You're as chair, you're elected for 3 years. There's 3 people on the Selectmen, Board of Selectmen. The math doesn't work so easily unless you cut down the length of the term for 1 year. For example, if Jason were to only get 1 term, under this scenario, he may never, because there's 5 of us, he only serves 1 3-year term.
Well, yeah, but that would make sense.
Some of us may never get it,
Well,
because the math doesn't work.
no, if you served 2 successive terms, you would get your turn. And so the idea is that if you're a one-timer, yeah, you might not make it to the chairmanship, but that would be okay because you don't have, 6 years of experience. But if you're someone who's been on this board with 2 terms, you should be given the opportunity to chair.
I think part of what you're saying is accurate, like, Jason
Yeah.
wouldn't wanna come on and be elected and be like, oh, we're gonna
Right.
appoint you chair, and you'd be
Right.
sitting
I
here
agree.
being like, what am I supposed to do,
Right,
right?
right.
And to be honest with you, when I was first elected to the board, for 6 months, I didn't say much, because I didn't know what to do,
Correct.
right? So you spend
Yeah.
that time learning, which is kind of, I think, your position after about 6 months, right? You're probably more comfortable now, having a
Yes.
little bit of understanding of how things work and what the procedures are and what your role is. But 3 months into it, you're probably like, I don't have no idea, which we all kind of went through. So I would agree with part of that, yeah, you don't want to elect someone to chair or even vice chair who's just been on the board, newly appointed,
Correct.
and is trying to figure things out, because it is a pretty steep learning curve.
And it is also a nice little hot seat to put somebody on when they're seeking reelection. So they're sitting there and the eyes are on them and the voters can decide, is this someone I want to reelect? I mean, it has good things to it, and it just, what it will take out of the whole thing is trying to decide which member of the board is more worthy, because I feel like each member of this board is worthy. We've been elected. We've already proven that. We didn't just fall into this job, somebody just didn't, pick our name out of a hat. Okay?
So do you want this on the next agenda,
Yeah, or-
second 2 weeks, or what do you
Yeah, if the
looking
next agenda's not, if the next agenda looks like it's full to the brim, you could push it to January, because
for? Why
it
don't we
might
push it
be.
to January, because
That's
that's
fine.
the week of Christmas, the 21st, and
Fine, then
I'm
let's
sure we're
push
gonna
it.
have some other things from.
And if someone else has a way to reword it so it doesn't have so many this-thens or that's in it, you wanna simplify it?
Jason wants to take that on, don't you? Jason?
You're good at that.
I'll
though,
look at it
Jason.
and see.
Jason likes doing that.
It was
stuff.
never in writing before because it was just a tradition and it was easy. This I think maybe needs to be documented at some level.
All right, so I think we got through all of the stuff that was gonna take hours and hours and hours,
Have you
which
been
it did.
working more than 19 hours?
So I
tonight?
think we're on to correspondence, and I think I can, well, no, because Jason has to talk about something, so. Correspondence, we have zoning board of appeals, application 2019-3, 4 Sewell Street, the quarry at Groveland. But that was in our packets.
Yes.
If anybody got a chance to look at it, there's not a whole lot that we have to say on that, other than the zoning board approved it. There was a large amount of information on what that project looks like and anything that they might have enforced as part of that approval. But, not a whole lot this board has to do with it. Other than maybe some of the landfill requirements that we put on the department.
Right, I don't know what happened with all that, the letter that we sent in.
About the
No-
second landfill.
Is that the DEP one?
Yeah.
We haven't heard back yet.
Yeah, so, other than that kind of stuff, we can maybe have some influence on. This other stuff is more of a, hey, this is what we did and this is what's happening, so.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Stanton Grant, Dog Park. Did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'll just be brief.
Yep.
We got the initial grant of $25,000 to get an actual architect to design the dog park.
Right.
When we do that and we get a finalized budget, then we'll have a clear goal on any funds that need to be raised to take up any shortcomings. And once we meet those goals, then they're gonna go ahead and issue the additional part of the grant, $225,000, to build the new dog park. So I really wanna thank Rebecca for all her hard work, because without her, it wouldn't have got done so quickly. And the fact that she got to you very quickly to sign that made us get that grant, because there was 3 other people in line for that grant. And because we had everything together and we got it back to them quickly, we got the last grant of the year.
And that was one of the things that we told her a year ago, to come back to us directly because of that, I think.
Yeah.
Which she did, and I think I turned that around in like 10 minutes, which was perfect, yeah.
Can I add to that? Because I think you're leaving out someone that deserves an awful lot of credit too, and that's Mike Dempsey. Because when I first approached him too about using CPA funds, he said it wasn't possible. But within 15 minutes, he came running back into the room and found this Stanton Foundation. So I think Mike Dempsey deserves a little bit of credit in this, for even finding the Stanton Foundation to fund your dog park. And then he did a lot of work, I know, with you, and I think it was Dan, taking you around town to show you different possibility sites. So I think we should include him in
Absolutely.
a big thanks to him too as
Mike
well.
Dempsey is somebody that I've relied on for many more things than just the dog park, and he is absolutely phenomenal.
Right, and not to lessen Rebecca's role in this, I'm sure she had an enormous role, but just don't want to leave Mike out. I think he was instrumental in finding this in the first
Yeah,
place.
you're right. Rebecca submitted all that stuff, right? She was the lead on that and submitted all that and then followed it and then.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that was quick actually too for that grant.
Mhm.
extremely.
So that was a job very well done by the both of them. Next up, we have Encode 360 platform for the recodification of town zoning bylaw. Also, we have my personal nemesis, Comcast rate changes, which is just,
I don't want to talk about it.
I can't understand it.
I just don't.
I can't understand the increase in the service that is subpar. So, I read through the documents on the rate increases, and even though it's not a ton of money, it's a few cents here, a couple dollars here, it's just unacceptable. Unacceptable. You wanna say something on it?
No, said enough already.
If you want, I could take a stab at writing a letter to the regulatory authority that just explains our dismay. They do have to submit, I mean, we won't do any good probably, but they'd have to read it.
How's that contract coming, by the way?
I haven't heard from KB Law. But, I mean, when I was researching alternatives to bring other, services to town with Senator Tarr and some of the state agencies and Verizon Fios and that kind of discussion, it's just, you know, our situation is bad when it comes to, a competitive analysis. It's just, there's nothing we can do, and nobody else is gonna put the infrastructure in or the finance into coming to town.
Well, I've
And
had,
we're kinda stuck.
here's what I've been told by some residents of town that they have done, is that they call up and they stay on the phone until they get the rate reduced to like one of those introductory deals that other,
New customer deal.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
but they're an existing customer and they just call up and they stay there and they wait on hold and they wait on hold and they wait till they get it done. And
Shouldn't
if you
have to
might
do that.
possibly, I mean, I know, it's horrible to have to do that, but
Yeah.
I'm just forwarding that's what
Your
someone. told me.
customers are the backbone of your business. You should be taking care of the customers, not
I
not trying
agree.
to rake them over coals.
I know,
So I think we're all in agreement on that.
yeah.
Yeah.
In addition to that, to me, there is an alternative, and I know it's expensive, but it would be through our local electric company. And I'd like to set up maybe a meeting with an agenda item, to talk to the electric company and see just what it's gonna cost for them to do the infrastructure, so that they can have their own cable company. Some of the departments, if you look, if you do some research on it, some of the towns that have their own municipal electric company, they run the cable TV.
Yep.
I'd rather be paying a bill to the Groveland Electric Company for cable than to Comcast. And also, as it was explained to me, the local electric company, if they had the cable system, can offer faster internet service because it's a smaller area. And
Yeah,
the
they have a
same-
hub at the power station up there.
What's that?
They have a internet hub, basically, at the power station
And
area.
the same thing with, the signal for the cable TV, because you're sending the power out to less, of an area, smaller area, they offer a better package.
Actually, I think, Ed, someone had asked them about that several years ago, and they had mentioned,
Yes, they did.
and it was something about cost and
With cost.
capability.
So let's see.
But, I mean, take that on, I'd say, have that meeting, and come back to us.
Bring them into a meeting here, and, let's talk about it, and just see, I know it's very expensive, but, let's see what the cost would be. But I'm sure that the majority of the people in the town of Groveland would rather be paying their bill to the electric company rather than to Comcast. And
Especially if the service is as good as the electric services.
what's that again?
Especially if the service for internet and cable is as good as the electric service.
Oh,
itself.
absolutely, because certainly our electric rate is a lot less expensive than the surrounding towns, cities and towns that are with National Grid,
And the service doesn't go out.
and better service. And
Oh, I agree.
And not only that, but our electricity goes out a heck of a lot less than surrounding areas.
Even just like 20 miles into New Hampshire, they're out for weeks.
Yeah,
with that
because
storm.
our electric company is fantastic, and it may take additional employees, they'd have to run new infrastructure, but given the choice, I think that the townspeople would rather do that. But it's an alternative, and let's see what it's gonna cost.
I'm all for that
An
discussion.
agenda item, get them in here and talk about it.
I'm all for that. Let's try and make that happen in early January.
Great.
And then the last thing, I think for tonight, man, 4 hours. Stephanie Bartlett disclosure for 104 King Street. So I'm gonna assume, well, there's no financial director time. I'm gonna assume there's no selectmen time and reports,
No.
unless somebody wants to add anything real quick. Going once, going twice, sold. And now we are on to the best part of adjournment. Who wants to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn the December 7th, 2020 Board of Selectmen meeting at 8:35.
Sure.
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Thank you for the marathon. Thanks, Brett.